I'm actually making a Reddit thread for today, so give me a second. All right. You really need a flare for live streams on the subreddit. Yeah, we're going. If anybody wants to help out the stream directly, there's a link to the Reddit thread. So we're going to be picking up Longdeath, and goal today is to get to year 1000. So it's just going to be a lot of just letting the game run and not a huge amount of construction work. We will be doing some construction work, of course, but it will also just be a lot of letting the game run. Because we need to get to that big 1,000 year holy fuck feeling. And getting 10% of the way done is 105 years in, and I want to get to that mark. I want to get to that number. Because once we make it to that number, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a big deal getting that far in, you know? And so that's what we're aiming for. And that's what we want to hit. Also, Bellinair streaming Deep Rock Galactic? Whoa! Hold on, I gotta open up my stream team's streams. Gotta lurk for that voo. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Just in time for Earth, yeah. No, we're not at war. Well, technically we are, but they haven't actually invaded us. One thing I'm going to do before I actually open this is I'm going to make sure that the populations are set correctly. Because it's been a minute, and I don't think I've played other forts, but I just need to make sure I didn't, like, swap something up mistakenly. Because I don't want to accidentally just get, like, a whole bunch of dwarves that I don't want. I think we're okay, but I did a little bit of fiddling off stream. Yeah, no, we're good. Wait, let's dive in. We are at war with one of the Elven factions, but I haven't actually fought with them. We've had a few raiding parties of goblins show up, but nothing abnormal. So before I do anything, I will read off all of the current living dwarves in the fortress. The current living dwarves are Petra Eternal, Apostle II, Horny, Mad Hijinks, Seth Atos, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Guy, Pink Fluffy, Nervicious, King, Polking, Cryo, Spitalier, Mikawell, Sparkly 4K, Trash Battery, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Focal Fury, Warm Shadow, Jecki, Goats the Third, Pablo, Wave Thrash, Dragon Man, Sui, Vuzzle, Hobo, Brander Buddy, Eric Shadowblade, Hot Cup of Tea, Gate Nerd, Cheers Jamie, B-Lug, Omnivore, Zapdos the Second, Lump, Jellybutt, Lord Floof, Stone the Third, Hobo. Hello, how are you? Hope you're feeling good. Yeet. Vinsati the Second, Picture Point, Black Hole, Ara, Axon the Second, and Cappy. And if you would like me to check in on your dwarf, just let me know. What are you eating? You are currently going to go get food, so I'm not sure what you're eating, actually. Let's see what you grab. Looks like strawberry plants. Let's find out. Strawberry plant. Just a plain old strawberry plant. Did you have a dwarf in this one? I'm pretty sure you're dead long time ago. Yeah, you died of, I think, natural causes? Let's double check. You did have a dwarf in this one, but I recall you dying. I mean, Hobo died of natural causes after putting a dwarf to death, which was kind of sad. But it's highly possible you've just been dead for a long time, too. By natural causes, I think that you committed a crime and you got your head caved in, but, you know. What's up, Jensen? You're fairly sure that you did that kill? Yeah, there you are. Kibbs. Yeah, you died a while ago. Probably like 50 plus years ago. Yeah, what could be more natural than getting your head caved in? So, full tour of the fort real quick for those of you who are maybe behind. The outer wall hasn't changed too much, aside from I did a little bit of construction up in the top left and began working on a little tower. The upper tower is still the same, still full of bees. We are slowly expanding on the roads going around the outside. Might do some more work on that today. I kind of want to get another road running through the upper area down here. Upper area down here. That's a redundant statement to say. Almost done with this outer walkway around the edge. And then down to the bottom, we got dwarfs that we'd already traded with before we ended last time. And yeah, it's just a matter of letting time pass. Oh, we actually have two perma prison dwarves now. Two dwarves that have gone completely, totally, and utterly insane and are going to be chained for all eternity. Warm Shadow is one of them, and Jelly Butt is the other one. This happens when they become overthrown by stresses of day-to-day living while in prison. The dwarves will never let them out of prison, but they will keep feeding them and keep bringing them water until they eventually die of old age. So we've got two of those dwarves now. The first one was Jelly Butt, who has been in prison now for since she was like 70. So she's 146 now. And is one of the first of her kind, which means she's probably going to die of old age soonish, I hope. That poor dwarf. Strawberries and strawberry wine count? A lot. We have so much strawberry wine. It's not even funny. I think we've hit that natural slowdown that many people have talked about. Yeah, 1,933 strawberries. There's no strawberries here. We got these just from the humans who brought them as gifts. Oops, I went past what I wanted to go past. And strawberry plants, we have 1,727. I should really just sell strawberry plants back to the humans. The maze is coming along well. We're going to need to do a little bit more work on it today, probably. We're getting through a lot of the boulders that need to be cleaned up, which is why I need to do some more construction on the walls. It really did, yeah. There's also lots of dwarves hauling boulders out of the basement because we've dug down pretty deep. This here is our future project, which goes all the way down to here. I'm going to build a tower popping out of here and up, punching through the maze, up through here, punching through this building in the center here, and then I want this tower to go out, up into the sky, and I'm going to make it out of fun materials. I haven't decided yet. Maybe silver. We'll figure that out when we get there, but we're working on that. So that's kind of the current status. But aside from that, like I said earlier, it's just going to be kind of a lot of letting time pass right now. We do have a bunch of jobs going on. I'm working on a bunch of tables and thrones and other various furnitures. I do have an issue. Actually, you know what? We can put these here too. I was gonna say I don't know where to store all of the furniture, but we have had a few dwarves that are mortally afraid and super stressed out. Most of that seems to have come from various traumas of dwarves dying of old age. So we might have some unfortunate deaths coming up. Hopefully not too many. Like, Hulking has been having a hard time. There's a few other dwarves that have also been having a hard time. Fortunately, they're not depressed outside from it. It's just the occasional spasm, job cancel of mortally afraid, and then they kind of go back to their stuff. Another dwarf that was having a hard time. I need to go down to the coffins to check actually who it was, because I know where we buried them, but yeah, Holy Spokes. Holy Spokes had a really tough time. Same with Coldfire. Those two both kind of went nuts due to the mortally afraidness. I want to say Holy Spokes partially went nuts because of the recycling of objects, the crushing of masterwork objects has upset a few of the dwarves. But most of the dwarves are totally fine. Like Wave Thrash, a-okay. Also, it's really nice to see them getting fondness and love when speaking with siblings and stuff. It's really nice to see those moods pop up. Sounds like you probably should have given that woodcutter a different job. That's on you. Dwarven abuse is a real thing. That, or they were just a depressed wreck who was just always going to be a depressed wreck regardless of what you did. There's certainly some dwarves that, from what I can tell, are just not savable. And that seems to be kind of normal. He was just pissy. Yeah, I mean, if you look into their like head, like there's been dwarves that I've had that are just depressed, and I've certainly like read as much as basically just saying that, yeah, this dwarf is just insane. This dwarf's just crazy. Next trader, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell all of the clothing we have in the fort. Also, they don't seem to want to use this stockpile for some reason. I don't know why. Just get rid of it and remake it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. A bunch of jobs. There they go. Now they're using it. Weird. Remaking it seemed to do it. I need like a proper furniture storage place, because we've got so much furniture that's just been made. And then I can trade all of that furniture and give it all away, more or less. Need some more coal? What are we making out of coal? Or that we need coal for? Okay, the Galena and the lead statues. Yeah, we'll just cancel those. That's fine. Just because they come with a job pre-assigned doesn't mean that's their natural job. They will come based on what the mountain home has been doing, not based on what they actually like doing, so they might hate the job you've given them. Just keep that in mind, yeah? I don't want pots stored here. That's not their natural job. You need to actually, like, look at their head and to see what they want to do. They, you know, you might have a dwarf that shows up with a lot of skills in woodcutting, but they actually hate woodcutting. Or want to do craftsdwarfship, which isn't woodcutting. So you need to be kind of picky about that stuff. Pick and choose what you actually want them to do. And that's on you, not them. There we go. A lot of stuff I don't actually want put in there. Yeah, it is kind of a bit of a bother, but is what it is. Also I'm gonna make this into a furniture storage area, so I'm gonna dig a basement into this little building here. Name the furniture storage IKEA. Lore. told me to call this IKEA. Oh. Lore's IKEA. There you go. It's one hell of an idea. I don't see any Kias. What are you talking about? False alarm, Stone. Not an appropriate emote to use. Unless there is Kias actively in the fortress. I do not want to see Kias in my chat. Just because I said Kia is part of another word does not mean you have the right to post Kias. Okay? Unless there are actively Kias attacking me, don't scare me like that, okay? You're startling me. Speaking of, do we mandate export of spears is prohibited? Okay. No. Stone. Bad. Bad. Unless you also have a Swedish flag, I cannot stand for this. Oh, no. No. Do not ignore food. Catapult parts, ballista parts. Siege ammo. Just like slowly removing stuff from this. But I put... You headed to bed, cutest ghost? If so, we'll see you when we see you. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Now we're getting attacked by a Great Horned Owl. I glance over at Bellinair's chat and all I see is Cooler saying, "Stop calling barrels buckets, you heathen." Yes, I agree. Don't call barrels buckets, or I'll call you a heathen. Yeah, today is going to be a lot of like reorganizing and prioritizing organization. And also, because I have all this furniture constructed, actually making more of these basement suites for these dwarves. So chat, did you miss me? Because I have done like, you know, 2 night streams in the past little bit, but I've been kind of MIA for a minute. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. A little bit of lag. Must be something spawning. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Yeah, see, I didn't know who that was until today, so fortunately I don't have much sympathy on that one. It's because I didn't know who that was. It's good that I rested. I tried. Tried to rest. There we go. Frame rate kicked back in gear. It was okay. What, me not being here? I think I'm going to do a walkway from this upper area up to here. have 2 little walkways. Planters fighting with a buzzard. But Kaka don't? I don't know what a Kaka is. I know what a Kaka demon is. I'm assuming it's another species of burb. But yeah, no, all I can say about that one, because I looked up who that was, Kibbs, after chat told me that someone named that passed away, because I'd never heard of him. Because I've never actually watched Jeopardy in my whole life. So I don't have any reference for that one. But what I do have to say is that, you know, he had a long life, he had a good life, and you will be remembered fondly, which is the most you can ask for when you pass away. So, I don't think that it's necessarily a fuck you 2020 on that. That's a part of life. How are the Ettins doing? They're fine. They live in cages. They're cozy. And you know, as I was saying earlier today, and I know a lot of people don't like thinking about death, but at the end of the day, the most that you can hope for as a human being alive on Earth right now is that when you pass away, people will remember you and will remember you fondly. You know? Yes, fuck 2020, but at the same time, everyone's got to go sometime. Kind of makes death a little bit easier, in my opinion. But they went extinct? Did they go extinct because they were pulling people's cars apart and they got tired of that? Hey, oafs. How you doing? I'm doing okay. I mean, I slept for about 34 hours in 2 days. So there's that. I feel alive. Clearly I needed to catch up on some sleep. It's been a long time since I'd properly taken some days. So, I mean, I'd taken the odd day off here and there, but it's been a while since I just, like, did nothing for 2 days, and I did nothing for the last 2 days. Well, that's how I am. Well, I didn't do nothing. I went grocery shopping and did laundry yesterday and some other things, but... Also, Zapdos II was super depressed until I just put him in the military and made him train for several years, and he's been training for several years, and he's quite happy now. That's good. Probably just gonna leave him training. But yeah, I'm alright. I'm doing alright. Could do worse. Certainly. It's been a little bit of a stress reliever. I know that a lot of people don't like talking about American politics, but like, as a Canadian, I'm really happy I don't need to spend another 4 years with Trump in charge next to me. So that's been kind of nice to have that looming fear gone. Walking is still mortally afraid. This poor dwarf. Always mortally afraid, but like, not depressed? I don't really understand that. You know, let's try putting you into the scholarly position, because you seem to really like reading. Generally, dwarves that enjoy learning also enjoy discussing. So if we put you into the library as a scholar, you get happier. Yeah, now I get to pay attention to UK politics again. I don't know. I got enough Canadian politics to really follow. Although, as my friend was saying, Canadian politics is just the boredom politics. Because nothing ever happens and everything always stays the same. That's Canada politics. So what you're saying, Pink Fluffy Llama, is the government is doing an excellent job. The government is doing a great job, smile. Remember, chat, we're allowed to discuss politics here. Just keep it civil, yeah? By government standards, yes. Yeah. I mean, the whole country isn't on fire currently, so that's good. There's a buzzard up there. I'd like to dump that. Oh, it's been dumped. What's your place of residence, if I can ask, Keen? But yeah, no, I am happy that I have Canadian politics where it's just the boredom politics. Where nothing interesting ever happens. You're happy to shut up about your country now? Hey, you know, you guys once again had two shitty choices, but at least you took the less shitty out of the two shitty choices. Wave Thrash. Stonehenge news? Did aliens land there yet? No, I didn't. Portugal? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I'd love to go to Portugal. Portugal looks nice. Yeah, have the aliens landed in Stonehenge yet? Because I've been waiting for that my whole life. God, I have so many rock pots. These are all empty rock pots. All of these. It's gonna be so much less funny without Trump. You know, SNL hasn't been funny in about 20 years. Oh, several. Quite a few, yeah. Yes, quite a few. All of the original 7 are dead. More than half of them died of old age and natural causes. Some of them died getting pushed off the wall, but we don't talk about that. I had a mayor very recently condemn somebody to death, Squug, and then beat the ever-living shit out of him because he was also the sheriff, kill him, and then die 2 days later of old age, which was hilarious. So, yeah, we've had quite a few old age deaths. They only happen on the 1st of spring, and we might have some coming up right now. I've been trying to get the population back up to 50 so that we can get more land mega creatures, but it hasn't been happening, unfortunately, because people keep dying of old age. So. I've also had many pets die of old age. Many, many pets. We talk about all 3 of those things, though. Although probably not sports you give a shit about. We talk about cars that go fast, and it's specifically European cars that go fast. So you probably don't care about that, stupid. But no, I can sympathize. Politics often makes me very angry, but it's also one of those kind of important things to discuss with people. You know, like, it's important to talk about politics. But not just in the, let's yell about politics kind of thing. It's important to have discussions about politics. If nobody talks about politics, then nothing gets done. Not that I'm a huge platform to discuss politics. It's not really the main subject. I'd rather talk about music, but if politics are heavy on everybody's mind, we should talk about it. Yeah, I don't like just seeing people meme about politics. When I see people memeing about World War III or Civil War II or all that shit, that makes me angry. When I just see people memeing about politics. But having discussions about politics, I think, is fine. As if it hasn't already been. As if we don't already have politics. And then people just go around assigning... I need another clothing stockpile. People go around assigning political agendas to the dwarves, and they're like, they're communist! And then Tard's just like, they're dwarves! What the fuck? One of my favorite quotes from Tard ever was just, people have started... It seems like people have started giving the dwarves political opinions. And considering I've never given the dwarves political opinions, it means that I've done a very good job giving them personality since people started giving them political agenda. It's like they're communists. It's like, nah, they're just dwarves, but like, I guess. I find that way too amusing, personally. Digging out a bigger storage spot for down here, because I want this to be kind of my trade goods spot. Never forget the mermaid concentration camp. I'm waiting for Krug Smash just kind of accidentally make a concentration camp. I mean, we've already seen mass genocide many, many times, and we joke about genocide in Dwarf Fortress all the time, which is totally fine because it's dwarves. Dwarven economy. It just works. Fantasy racism is like one of the most popular themes in fantasy, though.
Many people ask me, Nikita,
Hi, Ryan.
we will the blin.
You know what's funny? You know how you posted the other day in the music section on Discord, Ryan? With that link, and you're just like, YouTube algorithm is giving me bangers or whatever you said? Me and another friend were literally just talking about Kenny Hoopla the day before. Which is interesting. Also, if you like listening to me babble about music, literally just mosey on over to Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs and listen to me and Ryan's podcast. New episode just went live. I hadn't talked to you yet, so obviously not. It was actually my potentially future sister-in-law who pointed me at that. If my little sister gets married to her boyfriend, that is. Who I've just been babbling about music with. So I've been cheating on you, Ryan, and talking about music with other people. Apologies. I support the kill all. We have one goal, and that's murder all of the elves. Do you support this? Burn the forests, kill the elves. Why? I don't know. It just feels right. Why? We're dwarves. Okay. I'll be taking 75% of ATVD, but okay, so you get 3 out of 5 views credit. Got it. I can deal with this. Oh, dear. I suddenly feel like I'm glowing low. You know, whenever somebody uses a audio command and it doesn't work when they spelled it correctly, I always have this momentary thought of, crap, did they start supporting my Patreon and I missed it? Because that's happened before. What about goblins, though, Trumpet Dog? What about goblins and demons and humans? Them lanky tall folk. They stole my gems! They stole our jewels! Damn pointy ears. Bunch of buzzards and a barn owl are dive bombing us. I'm not gonna lie, worldwide dwarven supremacy is kind of boring. You need some variety in your day, you know? Anyway, how you been, Ryan? How's things? Just canceling all of that and suspending all of it so that we can get to this and get stuff put away first. Can always just go back into that screen and fix it later. Let's get rid of all this and replace this with that clothing. Is there no, like, default clothing stockpile? Really? Do I actually have to go into custom to do that? I guess so. Ryan, would you be happy if Hamilton just, like, dropped out of F1? Would you be happy or sad to see him go? Do I, though? I'm asking. You're not sure? I think I'd be... You know, it was kind of interesting, because... Shift F1 was talking about this the other day, where they were like... On one hand... It's really fucking annoying having the same person win every race. On the other hand, we're literally witnessing history, and in the future, you're gonna have people telling stories about, like, the reign of Hamilton in F1, and how he just, like, won everything. And it's gonna be like Schumacher, where people are gonna talk about him for a very long time. I think it's kind of interesting. It's like, on one hand, it's like, he seems like a really chill dude, and I'll kind of be sad not seeing him around as much. But at the same time, it'll be nice having other people on the podium. Yes, well, nobody likes a crybaby, and he is a bit of a crybaby sometimes. Have you ever seen a Fort Progress info, The Age of Dwarves? No? What even is that? Oh, have I seen a world progress into the Age of Dwarves? As in, like, the Age of Myth? In World Gen, yes, but I've never actually embarked on a world like that. I have seen it happen in World Gen. Because I've done whole streams where I do nothing but just generate a bunch of worlds and then read legends. Which I might actually do at some point. It's been a while since I generated, like, 3-4 worlds until we find one that looks really cool and then just read a bunch of legends. I would call them world building streams. I should do one of those. Yeah, I've seen it happen in World Gen, but I've never actually played in a world where that's happened. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens in this world, though. Oh, shit! There's a new Dark Goblin pit. Torment Thundered. That's new. Intriguing. Also, our friends over here at the Square Letter, or the Healing Rim civilization, have expanded quite a bit. I'm pretty sure these are all new. Or at least these two are. Interesting. Yeah, no, totally. And in before it's George Russell, right? And not in the stockpile that's specifically for flasks and goblets. I have that happen too, and I've just kind of stopped caring. As long as the dwarves have access to mugs, I don't really care, I'll be honest. Technically, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to assign them... In this screen, you're supposed to assign them to your tavern, and then have a tavern keeper. Might be Stone. Oh, that's the rumor. And also that's more on topic than I've been for the last 5 minutes, so don't even worry about that. Technically, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go into this screen and hit A to assign the mugs in there up to like what 999. But then you need to have a tavern keeper, and I find when I have a tavern keeper, I have dwarves. Like, if a dwarf falls asleep in the tavern, the tavern keeper will just pour alcohol on their face until they die of alcohol poisoning, which is a thing, and dwarves can die of alcohol poisoning. They just have a really high alcohol tolerance. But rather than randomly have dwarves die, I just kind of let them put the mugs wherever. And yeah, they will just kind of leave them in the booze stockpile. But frankly... It keeps them happy, so as long as they're getting their booze and using their goblets, I don't really care. personally. If there is a way to make that work without dwarves dying, I'd love to know. And when you figure it out, please do tell me. But currently, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, but it just, due to the risk of death, I personally don't think it's worth it. I'm going to go in here and geld all of my piggies. All the way down to those two. But yeah, no. Short story, we don't know. He's suggested that he might not be returning, if I recall correctly. Rhinestone might have a better response for you, Stone. Also, how you feeling, Stone? He's up in the air right now? Yeah, that's what I thought. He himself is unsure whether or not he wants to continue. Okay. I didn't want to be incorrect. We need strawberry seeds. Dwarves, come on. We got to brew more strawberries. But anyone's guess is as good as mine. It'd be neat if he did. I mean, he is what, like the third highest paid athlete in the world or something? Polking is still mortally afraid. Speaking of polking, let's check in on you. You're going to a crafting demonstration. Well, that's good. Although you're like unable to move. Wonder what you're eating, Polking. Prepared fox intestines. Mmm, delicious. A serving of prepared fox intestines. I wonder if he'll pull, or if he'll just take a few years, you know, like kind of go on vacation, like not on vacation, but like go take care of his businesses for a while, all of his various racing teams, and go be a millionaire for a couple of years, and then come back as a driver in like 4 or 5 years, because he would like have his pick of teams if he wanted to come back. Okay, so I don't want to put wheelbarrows, don't want to put large pots, don't want to put arrowheads, don't want to put siege ammo, don't want to put catapult or ballista parts, but everything else will go down here. And just fox intestines? I don't think dwarves eat raw meat. Keyword is think. They might. You're not bleeding, are you? No, you were just walking over blood. Okay. I like this dwarf a lot. This 81-year-old dwarf, Aegis, hasn't been able to walk since he was a child. And he doesn't use crutches. He just crawls around. What's even better is he's a legendary dancer. Which is just brilliant, and I love it. I'm getting all these boars are fighting notices because we're gelding all of these boars. Rip boars, yeah. All right, now I just need a better clothing storage. Maybe I'll put it down here. I don't know. Finally got all of the siege ammo working, which I think is interesting. I've encountered some weird stockpile bugs recently, which I think's a little odd. Which I'm not a huge fan of, but... I remember that quote. Don't quite remember the context, but I do remember that quote. Your body wants to hibernate? You should let it hibernate then. Or do some stuff to make yourself feel more awake. Any notable wars and conquests? Nothing huge out on, like in the overworld type deal. Our king, Ezem Wildcloistered, has been invading Spidery Desert, the goblin stronghold of the Joyous Devil, I think is the name of the faction. Yes, the Joyous Devil. And has been invading them for as long, since year 5, basically, since we started. Initially, they invaded this Dark Goblin pit, and they actually didn't capture this one. They invaded this one and successfully took over it, and it's now a Dark Dwarven pit. This one is new. This one they invaded and almost took over, but it's just been kind of sitting. And this one is new now. So these goblins are... Or my dwarves have been trying to take over this goblin fortress, which inadvertently has been keeping the population of my mountain home down below 50. And it's never gone up, which means my mountain home just hasn't expanded at all. That's probably the most notable war, considering it's been going on for almost 100 years. The humans over here... These two towns keep on infighting amongst each other. They've had multiple situations where these guys invaded these guys, and these guys invaded those guys, back and forth, which has been interesting to watch. The other human faction, which is just these two towns, mind you, or we're only aware of these two towns, have taken over these two elven forest retreats. So there's certainly wars going on in the world, but nothing that's really affected us too much so far. I mean, generally, if you're exhausted all of the time, it means something is wrong, right? So if your body is trying to make you hibernate, Bastet, that's something you should speak with your doctor about. It probably means that your body is missing some form of nutrients from somewhere else. Either you have some form of vitamin deficiency, exercise deficiency, or something. But if you're short on energy, it means that you have a problem that probably needs to be fixed. So yes, too much sleep can often be the sign of something else being wrong. Does it necessarily mean that something's wrong? No. But can it mean that something is wrong? Yes. Yeah, we'll just do that. There we go, perfect. Like in my case, I have a hard time getting myself into REM sleep. A rather hard time, actually. And it's bad. I need to do a better job of not losing REM sleep. but I do a terrible job of that. And I deprive myself of it, and it's something that I'm aware of and something that I need to get better at. But it's tricky. This is interesting. If I delete part of a stockpile, any part of a stockpile, after placing it, they won't haul stuff to it. But if I just make a stockpile, they will haul stuff to it. It's really interesting. Alrighty, Bastet, you do what you gotta do. Go get some sleeps. Also, since I'm giving out VIP like fucking candy, Rhinestone, you can have VIP. I realized last night that I have 81 VIP badges and only like 15 VIPs. So, giving out a few of them. I gave Cyclone VIP. Rhinestone also gets VIP. There's a few other OGs that I think also deserve VIP. A spring has arrived. Can't get me. I have the VIP badge of immunity. Even if you unsub, you'll still have ad-free viewing. Let's see. Did anybody die of old age? The annual tribute from Bustage's Smuck has arrived. Ren Shaki. Hello. Good afternoon. Not quite afternoon here. Another 20 minutes until afternoon. Stone, are you here, or do I need to screenshot this? Let me know, yeah? Other Stone, not you, Stoned. Only mods and blind can touch you now. I mean, not without consent. Sweet. Good to know. Stone is our literal bookkeeper for this fortress, keeping track of all of the tributes that all of the humans have brought us since, what, year 30? When did we even start? It's been a long time. The group of alchemy actually brought a decent one this time. I mean, Ryan, careful. I could just ban you right now, and there'd be nothing you could do about it. 1 sheeple bag, a sand pear wood chest, 1 large blue garnet. Ooh, fancy. 1 apple wood barrel, and 25 blackberry wine. This is indeed tour. Turning the military off because I think all them birds are dead. Yeah, they are. It's just kangaroos on the map now. All right, let's do another stockpile area. Because I've got this little thing that was dug out down here. This little thing of 4 up ramps, which I did to get those steel bars out of there because they were bugged out from the looks of things. Yeah, they are always reliable. Those poor bastards have come upon hard times, you know, in there, and it's been kind of tough to watch. But fortunately for them, like, things seem to be looking up slightly on their side. So. Broke, but reliably broke, you know? But, you know, I haven't said this much today, so thank you very much, everybody, for letting me take a couple days off and not bitching too much. And thanks for continuing to support these weird broadcasts I do on this weird channel, because I enjoy streaming here. And this stream would be nothing if it wasn't for people who watched, right? Which is the most truth. The 41st Alchemical Hooligan Tribute. They were the first ones to bring us tribute. Hulking, how do you like your job as a scholar? Pleasure after putting on an exceptional item, annoyed when caught in the rain, disgusted dwelling upon retching in miasma, blissful after a great dining room, uneasy after being unable to pray, lonely after being away from friends. You want to practice some martial art? Well, okay. So I got the Bear Fighters 2, which are currently training. Yes. Which is this squad down here. Omnivore, Lump, and Zapdos. And you know what? I'm going to toss Polking in there. Maybe the Mortal Fear will be helped by a little bit of training. Just having 24/7 wrestling squads seems to be a really good way of like dealing with dwarven stress.
Interesting. Twitch likes to throw off sub-Annie counters. Well, might as well take advantage with a joke. What does one boob say to the other boob? If we don't get support, people will think we're nuts.
Hi, Adra. Thanks for the 36 months. You missed my local black metal tape from this morning. If you haven't heard of this band before, you should check these guys out. Worm Witch. I know you're not the biggest black metal guy, but they're pretty tame when it comes to black metal, and they're fucking good. I don't know why that joke is so funny to me. Thank you very much for the 36 months, you mad lad. Thanks for continuing to watch the streams. The elves are here to trade. Okay, this is a big deal. The elves haven't traded with us in about 15 years. They haven't traded with us in about 15 years. Yeah, they did a limited run of 75 of these tapes. And I decided to pick one up. Partially because, look at this cassette for a second here. Just look at this. This is the most metal tape I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it's not on metal. It's just normal, like, base tier cassette tape. But is that not, like, just awesome looking? It would be a very expensive tape if it was on metal, but... Also, I love the name of the brand that pressed this tape. That's fucking brilliant. But yeah, so the elves haven't traded with us in about a decade, maybe more than that. We fucked up a trade and tried to trade them wood, and they've been very unhappy with us since. So this is a very... This is a very big problem that they haven't shown up. Everyone try to be... Everyone just be calm. The pointy ears are here's. Vote Kill All Elves 2025. Actually, no, it would be like 105, right? Someone needs to make fake political party posters for Vote Kill All Elves. Domas approves. I feel like that would be very amusing. On the syrup sorcery? Eh. Alright, well, what can I sell them that I know won't be made of wood? It's our specialty. But yeah, because I haven't been able to go to any metal... Oop, that was a barrel. It was also a barrel. Because I haven't been able to go to any metal shows. I wanted to support local bands. And they did a limited pressing of 75 of those. And I was like, well, yeah, I'm going to do that. With similar sentiments. You know... Another thing I want a fake metal band that just writes songs about killing the elves. There's a new Foo Fighters single out? Man, everybody's music's coming out. Hey, Minnow Guy, by the way, how you been? Did you actually get the time to dig back into DF? How is everybody doing today? I'm alive and well. I slept a lot. The soundboard doesn't like you. Do I need to add your name to the list? Because it's patrons and higher tier subs only. If I missed you, I'm very sorry. Otherwise, I don't recall needing to add you to the list.
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Yes, Primeval is up, you fuck. You have no idea? Okay, then I probably don't need to. Yeah, it's for tier 2 subs and $7 a month on Patreon to get access to that. Which is why I always have like momentary panic when people tell me or try and use those and they don't work, because I'm like, crap, are you giving me money and I'm not aware of it? Which I do have happen every now and again. You say ambush them now. I'm not going to start a war with them. We're going to sell them lots of strawberry wine. We'll just get them drunk and happy. Menacing with spikes. Serrated glass discs. Serrated green glass disc is their second DP. Although, ironically, I'm not anti-elf at all. There's lots of people who watch this stream who are very anti-elf. I think elves are kind of cool. Your last fort was Elven? I want to say you mentioned that, yeah. If they bring sunberry seeds and a breeding pair of unicorns, they brought many unicorns, but they always died of old age before they brought one of the opposite, like gender. So I was never able to actually get a breeding pair. I was never able to get a male and female. I've had many unicorns in this fort, but I never had a male and female unicorn. I guess they just bring me the old unicorns. You hope the album doesn't sound like the single? Ooh, sounds like stuff to rant about. Rhinestone, next, is the next audio tapes and visual drugs gonna cover, can you have warrior unicorns? I don't think you can war train them. I might be wrong though. Is the next audio tapes and visual drugs gonna be about Foo Fighters single and, System of a Down EP? By the way, I don't think you've said anything about the System of a Down EP. Have you actually listened to that, Ryan? Obo ended a mandate, which means he probably has a new one for me. Nope. Still just the same one. Don't export spears. Can do. It's conspiracy. They're all a bunch of criminals. Pretty sure all of the dwarves are a bunch of criminals. It's just like real life. There's two types of people on Earth. Criminals and criminals that haven't been caught yet. What? Really? That's interesting. I just learned something about you. No, I love System of a Down. Fantastic. Obo's coming to trade at the depot, and there he is. All right. Aquamarine pedestal. I'll take it. And a tin pedestal. I'll take it. Apricots, plums, apricots, ginkgos. I don't need the ginkgo seeds. I brought a water buffalo. Roan alder instrument. Brought a hedgehog. Pond turtle. too heavy for them. They didn't bring enough stuff. We can't actually carry these. There we go. We can carry that. The wine pots are too heavy. I want to give them some of the wine, though. That track's too real. And trade. They say, "How wonderful, thank you for your business. I didn't screw up the trade. Are you proud of me, chat?" There we go. Could I make a swimming pool? A wine swimming pool? I don't think that's possible. You can make wine bombs. Set a barrel on fire. They'll explode. Swimming pool? No thanks. No. I don't think they're calculated as a liquid. If it's raining blood, you can make a blood swimming pool. If it's raining pus, you can make a pus swimming pool. If it's raining mucus, you can make a mucus swimming pool. There we go. Dwarf's much happier about being a wrestler than anything else. If this world had an Olympics, my dwarves would win in the wrestling section every year. So why don't you enjoy System of a Down? I'm curious to hear your thoughts of it, actually, Ryan. Or maybe we should save it for an episode, but I'd be curious to know what you don't like about System. I just like them because of how unique they are. There's nothing else like them. Alright, let's get this area smoothed. That's impressive. Not hearing a System of a Down song. Like, I feel like it's impressive to have gone your entire life and not have heard a System of a Down song at some point. Like, that's genuinely a feat. In my opinion. Like, everybody should have heard Chop Suey at some point. At least if you grew up... If you were born before 1999, I'd be impressed if you haven't heard Chop Suey. Like, there's certainly kind of like an age cutoff where, like, you kind of missed it or were too young for any of that shit. But at the very least, most people have heard Chop Suey at some point, even if you don't know what it is. Maybe BYOB, but Chop Suey is kind of the song. That or violent pornography, but I don't know. Ish goods. If I'll bug out this stockpile too. That whole thing, because I went one tile too far over. Also, hey, Alien Slayer. What's up? There go the elves. It's good to see them back, finally. Hopefully they, don't learn to hate us. I'm kind of surprised they're not at war with me now, actually. I was very much expecting them to invade me. Although, I will say this. I do like At the Drive-In a whole lot, right? So I'm jealous that you got to see that show. Aren't elves meant to be pets? Realize how racist that sounds and say it again. An intelligent species is meant to be pets. Only allowed 80s rock? I mean, part of me wants to say that your parents had good taste, but like... Eh. Was always either in a System of a Down or Infected Mushroom hoodie. See, I like System of a Down. I don't like Infected Mushroom. I do not like Infected Mushroom. Not even because like I think Infected Mushroom are bad or anything. I just don't like Infected Mushroom. But no, elves will sell you pets. They're like they're like the pet store dealers. They sell you delicious large animals and war pets. But no, elves are not meant to be pets. I don't know. I find it amusing to call people out on casual fantasy racism. I personally think it's really funny. Yes. I do not like Infected Mushroom. I've listened to almost every... Okay, so number of years ago, Trumpet Dog, I used to do song requests on Fridays on my streams. It was like 2015-ish through about 2017. And I had one viewer who would request exclusively Infected Mushroom, and because of that, I've listened to the entire Infected Mushroom discography. I hate everything that they've ever done and ever put out. I think it's really bad. I just don't like their sound. It's not for me. I just don't like that style of music. And because you're like, have you ever listened to Army of Mushrooms by Infected Mushroom? I really like D&B. I don't like Infected Mushroom D&B. I can't stand dubstep. I wish dubstep would, and it did, which made me very happy, die in a fucking trash fire, because that's what it is. It's garbage. I hate it. Fucking garbage. Absolute fucking garbage. So, no, I don't like Infected Mushroom. I really, really don't. I really like Pendulum. I like their drum and bass stuff. Fucking hated Knife Party. Thought that was trash. Don't care that it's the same artists, basically. It's fucking garbage. It's just not for me. I feel like I was like a generation too old or doing the wrong drugs to like dubstep. One of the two. I think probably doing the wrong drugs. Maybe if I was more into acid or like speed, then I would have gotten into that stuff. But like, nah. They have a few D&B tracks, Moroccan, but generally they are psytrance, yes. It's been a while. Hey, Zalsor, what's up? You used to listen to Skrillex? I'm sorry. My little sister listened to Skrillex for a minute. I thought that one track by Skrillex was neat, which was Reptile. I thought that track was kind of neat. Everything else he did was samey, boring, and dull. And I'm happy he went away. Or rather, didn't go away. I'm happy he has a career in music production now, outside of just writing garbage. But yes, in general, Infected Mushroom is psytrance. I hate it. Not for me. You basically, you found my least favorite genre of music. Oh, dubstep is my least favorite genre of music. Psytrance is my second least favorite. And yes, I hate Psytrance more than I hate pop country. I would rather listen to Luke Bryan every day for the rest of my life than have to listen to Infected Mushroom again. That's how much I hate Psytrance. Would be bitching right now? I mean, I've made 13-year-olds bitch on my stream before, so you wouldn't be the first. And you're 4'd up. You're trying to decide whether to tough it out with charcoal or re-roll for an embark with coal. I haven't found coal in an embark in like maybe 15 forts. Normal coal is rare as hell. Like, I can't remember the last time I found coal. And I think the last time I found coal, I didn't have any metal. Or didn't have any useful metal, so I was like duping metal. To indie? I mean, if you want to know where I've been at musically recently, I've been listening to black metal and jazz. That's where I've been recently. I've been listening to a few German black metal bands I can't pronounce the names of, and I've been listening to Mammal Hands a lot recently. I've been getting back into 80s jazz fusion. I've been listening to Sun Ra. I've been listening to groups like Physics House Band, which is very much like indie math rock jazz fusion stuff. I've been listening to that sort of thing. Do you need coal for steel? You need flexstone for steel. You don't need coal for steel. There are some alloys and things that you need coal for, but you can just use charcoal for that anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You need coal for pig iron? Do you? Or am I crazy? But charcoal works for pig iron. You don't need coal, you need charcoal. Yeah, then you're fine with just fluxstone and charcoal. Yeah, I don't think I've found raw coal in ages. Are just flat out failing right now? Excellent. Which means that you can blame the code for you being unproductive and not watching Twitch. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you'll be fine with just that. All right, this is my trading stuff. Uh, 48 is the population. We were up to 50, but I had a few dwarves die of old age. Well, I had one dwarf die from fist and face, and then the dwarf that killed him die of old age. I also had a dwarf die from very long fall off wall because buzzard slammed into forehead. It was a very bad way to go. Currently, I'm just working on organization a little bit, so that we can do some proper trading. Also, Hendrico, hello. It's good to see you. But yeah, no, we are in year 98, which means we're going to hit year 100 today. We need an OSHA guild. It would be really funny if they could, like, petition for work safety if there was too many work accidents. Like, the dwarves could go on strike. I'm going to put a bunch of floor hatches in. Read the last Discord story. So if you would like to add to this, go to my Discord, !Discord in chat, or use join code BLIND. Wait, is that real Axon? Anyway, go to the Discord room called Add a Word Stories and add words that make relatively logical sense. And then you can make me read them every 2 hours. I'm going to scroll up a bit. I've read some of these before, but that's fun. Whoopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. Racing isn't safe, but it is fun until squirrels eat the children. Beer makes deer horny or sad. Bust size brings Crocs to the moon. Stone is greeted by me. Animals are dictating their amusement based on sexy Flanders coach gags. Still suck more chicken rainbow wizard contraptions while lizards cry. Sure. Nitrogen plus. What is counting? Question mark. Animals smoke when stressed. Do pigs dream of flatulence? Yes, this is the world. I like trains with butterfly exhibits. Sure, badgers may enjoy numerically small is the word I had just added. So go add words. Almost 10% done. When we hit year 105, we're 10% done. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, when we hit 10%, it's gonna kind of reinvigorate my faith in being able to actually finish this fortress. You know, because my civ is constantly invading this goblin hall, I wonder if my civ is going to be the one to make a necromancer tower first. Wouldn't that be interesting if my faction's the first one to make a necromancer tower? The humans have arrived to trade. Excellent. So the humans have arrived to trade. I don't need a Peafowl blood barrel. All of that can get traded. And I'm going to take a real quick toilet break while the dwarves start bringing everything to the stockpile. Hopefully, having a lot of crafts down here will speed things up dramatically. So, fingers crossed. Is the investment bought off today? No. So no one started it yet. I will be back in a minute. Gonna go use the toilet. Can I get a round of beers, though? Also, investments are open. Invest your tickets, please. Beelug the Scribe has been possessed. Oh, hey, Dr. Phineas. Ooh. A consistently misspelt notification? In your work code? Yeah, I think Peter just hasn't tuned in today. Peter is the normal one who always starts off the investments. Yeah, Peter isn't online. But then again, it is Sunday. Peter usually tunes in late on Sundays. So Beelug building an artifact. He's just sitting there. I'm willing to bet it's probably needs bones. Free life, rough color. Raw green. Might be raw green glass. Stone block, stone rock. Bones, yes. Probably bones, but also green, rough. Raw. That's the word I'm looking for. Bring the trader over. Is there like an official list of mega projects or something? What list might you be speaking of? In your work code? Yeah, that seems good. Sounds like your work code is in a constant state of cluster. Because, yeah, I guess this counts as a list of them on the DF Wiki. I'm not much of a wiki editor. I'm also not much of a forum poster. So, yeah, I wouldn't know. I mean, y'all are welcome to add it if you want to. Maybe once it's done, I would do that. Attach the full playlist as well. You have no idea why this is not working, TBH? Fix it. All right. I'm actually just gonna buy a bunch of raw glass because it's easier than just making it myself. Okay, well, we know that's not what he needs. Definitely bones, then. All right, Simple is going to go slaughter a wild boar. See if you run off as soon as the boar gets slaughtered. Man, I've got all job cancellations, which means nothing's getting canceled. That's good. Have I had any invasions? We've been invaded 4 times. We've had 3 were creatures and 3 mega beasts. So we've certainly had things come after us. Hobo cancels trade to get food. Fitting. Yeah, we've definitely had that sort of stuff happen. Does it happen frequently? No. The invasions were all scouting armies. But we're not going to get full-on invasions because we don't have enough dwarves. And that's by design. You only get full-on sieges if you're above 80 dwarves or you've been above 80 dwarves. We're never going to have 80 dwarves in the fort. And that's intentional. So we can get ambushes and scouting groups. which are much smaller and less frequent. Otherwise, we would have been invaded because we're at war with a goblin civ and a elven civ. But I don't want to get invaded. That's, like I said, it's by design. Like, if we get invaded, that would probably kill us. Because war is often what destroys fortresses. Okay, none of those pigs have actually been slaughtered yet, so that's the problem. We're just giving this shit away. But yeah, that's why I make other forts. That's why I did the Halloween fort, was to do some war stuff. That's why I have the community world running, and that's why I do other forts alongside of this one, is to actually have some combat. This fortress is more like a sitcom family drama than a warmonger's fort. We're intentionally being a trade hub because I don't want to fight things. Because fighting stuff is like the main cause of frame rate death, and well, not the main cause of frame rate death is overproduction and poor fort layouts, but one of the main causes of mood death and like is the overwhelming invasion forces. You have to intentionally avoid that stuff, which I am. You had a community world fort? You gotta send that to me at some point. I'd love to have a peek at it. Yeah, I need to see more pictures of it. I'd also love the save file for it at some point. Once you're done with it, of course. Did you actually grab bones? No, he didn't. Okay. Just trying to give as much of this shit away as possible. And then the next traders that show up, we will give them clothes, or sell them clothes, rather. How do you make peace? You don't. Which is why I don't want to go to war. Once you're at war with somebody in DF, you're always at war with them until one of the civs completely falls over. One of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress, and one of my biggest wishes, like everybody, it's like, oh, I want boats, or I want vehicles, or I want multi-tile creatures. Everybody's got like these outlandish things. I want better diplomacy. I want to be able to actually make peace with a faction. The only way to make peace with a faction once you're at war with them is by completely flattening them and killing every single one of them. Genocide is peace in Dwarf Fortress, which kind of sucks. Okay, they have embarked on their journey, which means, yes, there we go. We got 2 dwarves slaughtering. Let's follow you now. But no, the way that you keep people from invading you is you drop your population down below 80 and keep your population below 80. You have to change the INI files or settings if you're using a launcher. But that will keep people from invading. No, that doesn't work. And there is no way to make peace with the elves or the goblins. But with the humans, that also generally doesn't work. I mean, it would be really neat if you had like a way, like if you had enough caged prisoners, you could like barter for their release, and then they would send somebody and come and collect all of them. That would be cool. Like if there was actually a reason to cage them and not just squish them or drop them into lava or something to that extent. Or drown them or whatever you do to them. Use them as target practice. I really wish that there was more diplomatic options. That's my biggest dislike in DF, actually, is the lack of diplomatic options. I want to say that that's been bugged, or it is bugged in the current version, but I personally have never seen that actually work. Fair. But I may be wrong. Charcoal. 50. some charcoal made. I know alliances can be formed during World Gen. I don't know if they can stop wars post-World Gen. I know that, like, alliances and peace can be made during World Gen, but beyond World Gen, I don't know. Do not know. During World Gen, different civs can form alliances to fight back against places that dig too deeply. So places that unlock clowns in World Gen do have the option to form an alliance to fight back against the demon hordes. But outside of that, I don't think so. Ended up grabbing raw green glass, purple spinels, wood logs, pineapple opals, lead bars, pigtail cloth, stray boar bone, and 2 pieces of granite. Craft store shop. Most of my dwarves are crafts dwarves just because of how much rock disposal I do. This is actually nice, watching all this stuff go away. I can now supposedly export spears, but I don't believe it. Waiting for him to tell me to do something. Or if they ever actually populated that stockpile. No, they didn't. I don't know why they're not using this stockpile. Odd. Oh, maybe just because I don't actually have enough ballista arrows. Yes, you can. I've gotten many artifact instruments. One of the most valuable artifacts I ever got was a raw adamantine. It started with a P. It was like a Pice or something. It was like P-Y-I-S-C. Bilug, the scribe, has created Ubal, a granite bracelet, and claims it as a family heirloom. A family heirloom, indeed. 49,200 is the value. This is a granite bracelet. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned pineapple opal cabochons and encircled with bands of cushioned granite cabochons. And pig bone and pigtail. On this item menaces with spikes of wagon wood. Whoa! Whoa, some of the rarest wood in the game. I love that we've gone this long without the wagon wood being used. And green glass. On the item is an image of Brother Glorious of Tarnishing, a willow grate in granite. On the item is an image of Mistum Stoke Arrow, the dwarf in lead. On the item is an image of Iteb Veiled Whip, the dwarf and dwarves in purple spinel. Iteb Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Iteb Veiled Whip to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in year 1. Wagon wood. The rarest creatures in the game. Pity they always go immediately extinct. Also, I really hope that they never change wagons from animals to something else. I love the fact that they always show up in the missing screen under dead creatures. One of my favorite quirks about DF. There you are. What's the name of my civ? The Ignited Creation. So yeah, that is an image of Iteb Veiled Whip, our glorious king. I haven't looked at Legends much since the very first day of this, so I don't actually know what's going on. By the way, when we hit year 100, I'm going to release the save file. So the first save of this is going to be released. What did you have happen in Brogue, Stone? And we're going to do a Longdeath Legends year 100 stream when we hit year 100. Statue wasn't a statue? Oh, what floor? I had that happen once. Statue turned around and killed me. And I was like, what the fuck? The treasure rooms are always fun when, like, the walls start caving in and you're like, oh, good God, there's billions of them. Billions of them! I had 5 pink jellies come out of the walls once on the 2nd floor, and I was just like, there's thousands of them. I got out of that by throwing a pit potion in the floor and falling through the floor. There's something so satisfying about watching stockpiles fill up. Next people to show up to trade are going to be dwarves. Let's see if they move those up to this stockpile, because I want those in the stockpile behind that. For year 100, I'm going to put a whole bunch of pigs in this area right here, and we're going to shoot ballistas at them. And catapults. It's going to be glorious. Bum, 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 bum. It's going to be a glorious celebration of violence. Hopefully. Yeah, no, Brogue has been kind of eating up my brain recently. I've been thinking about Brogue a lot when not streaming it. Which means it's good. That's what that means. It means it's good. All right, let's unforbid a bunch of jobs. It's interesting, the frame rate was a little dodgy when we first started, but it seems to have fixed itself. Like putting all these objects down here seems to have assisted with that quite a bit. There we go. They're actually transferring them to where they need to be now. Yeah, I'm not sure why those didn't work previously, but... nice to see. You know, it was kind of funny. I had somebody in the chat who'd never played DF a while ago who was very surprised that ballistas both A, looked like ballistas, and B, had arrows that looked like arrows. I think it's genuinely kind of funny. It's like, oh my god, those look like ballistas. Oh my god, those actually look like arrows. It's kind of funny. What are what's? The ballistas? They're ballistas. Autumn has come. Oh no, the count reset. Blah. And annual tributes from Basti Peme and Nilun Abo have come. The human merchants have come once again with their generous tributes to our cause. Looks like one of them brought us an instrument. Yeah, those are ballistas. Cappy. Those are ballistas. Ooh, I don't know what that is. So the group of soaring of the football hooligans have brought us an earthenware galloon, a spiked silver ball, a ginkgo wood crutch, and lay pewter bars. I need to know what that is. This is an earthenware galloon. The drum is made from earthenware and the head is made from water buffalo leather. It's a huge stationary percussion instrument. It consists of an hourglass, a ceramic drum with a leather head, and a musician strikes the head of the instrument, and it produces a complex sound that cannot be said to be of a single pitch. The drum has a strong, bright, vibrating timbre. That's actually kind of awesome. It's like a human timpani, kind of. Well, I gotta definitely put that in the tavern. Got a bit of a collection of instruments going. I don't know if any of the dwarves will know how to play it, but hey. And the other tribute is coming. Sorry if I closed that one too fast, Stone. All right. The Council of Men, Jesus. They brought us another eagle. They brought us a few eagles now. 5 chopped water buffalo leather, a pearwood chest, 5 llama wool mittens, an iron puzzle box, 1 wild boar parchment sheet, mule lung, reindeer cheese, rope reed thread, dog leather bags, 1 bronze bow, a menacing iron spike, 2 silver, 1 silver 2-handed swords. Sure, sword. 10 spinach red leaves, an enormous copper corkscrew, 1 alpaca wool tunic, 20 asparagus seeds, 1 alpaca wool bag, 1 iron toy axe, 15 prickle berries, 2 copper low boots, 5 grapes, 1 maple training spear, 2 copper gauntlets, 1 silty clay, 1 copper shield, 1 copper greaves, rope reed rope, nickel cage, not to be confused with a Nicholas cage, dingo bone tapstring, and a pearwood bucket. Is a tapstring an instrument? Yeah, it's a large handheld percussion instrument. It consists of an hourglass and a bone drum with a leather head. The music strikes the head of the instrument has a 1-octave range, going from a middle to high pitch. The tuning is accomplished by adjusting the tension of the head. I wonder if this instrument actually accompanies the other one, because they sound very similar, aside from this one is large and handheld versus the other one, which is stationary. Also, they seem to have a very similar design, aside from that this one has a low to high pitch timbre and a strong, even piercing timbre versus a multi-tone timbre. Music, eh? Certainly, yes. And of course, it immediately gets put into the tavern, as it should be. Oh, wait, no, that's the other one. I think I'm going to dig out another area along here and use it as block storage. But how you been, Cappy? I'll have you know that your dwarf is alive and well. For reference. You're very happy about your bedroom, like a personal palace. 2 years old. They grow up so fast. Although you are in a constant state of eternal rage, and you're obsessed with order and structure in your own life, with everything kept in its proper place, you're a bit of a crazy dwarf, but it's fine. Currently, you're a very happy crazy dwarf, who's enjoying her alcohol. As you bloody well should be, frankly. I'm always amused by dwarves that are constantly in a state of internal rage for one reason or another. And we're of course finding way more iron in this area. The Age of Mudstone lives on. Ooh, some gems. Kind of surprised only one of the dwarves is working on this, but I guess we're also working on those ballista arrows. Hulking has also stopped being caught in grave fear. Look at this. Interested after learning about kicking. Exhilarated after sparring. Satisfied improving kicking. Euphoric due to inebriation. I don't feel like I need to chase anything. Excellent. I'm glad that that dwarf's head is improving. I was starting to get kind of worried about him, but seems like this has been a good change for him. So far, at least. Cancel sleep. Path blocked by what? Chat, what games have you guys been playing recently? There's been a bunch of new releases the past few weeks. A bunch of new games have come out and dropped. Curious about what you guys have been playing. Ooh. The dwarves are here to trade. That means it's time to get rid of our dirty laundry. I mean, give them all of our clothing that we've expertly crafted for them, specifically. Bum, 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 bum. I'm literally selling them all of the clothing. Although, probably shouldn't sell any leather armor. Export of spears is prohibited, so we should be okay. A little bit annoyed but you're searching for a game since nothing feels right at the moment. I know that feeling, Cappy. You've been playing CUD a lot? I'm happy that you still call it CUD. I've noticed that ever since Seth's review of CUD, everyone's been calling it CO. Everyone's been calling it cock, like abbreviating it to COQ. But previously, everyone called it CUD instead of cock, and I much prefer calling it CUD over cock because cock just feels wrong. Waiting for Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, I just hope that that game is good because if that game comes out bad, stupid, that studio is going to suffer. My name is Asteth. I am still your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your annual situation. There's much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Bring us all the wood, please. I mean, I play a lot of cock every evening. I mean, what? We have finalized the import agreement. We are willing to go over what we want to offer you for your craftsmanship. I don't know why I do this weird non-British accent. I want maces, battle axe, windows, cheese. Of course I want cheese. For everyone. Silk bracelets, figurines, headwear, seeds, handwear, crowns, splints, and cut gems. Good shit. I look forward to our meeting next year, dwarves. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Be wary of those elves. I hear that they bring war. Look at all of that clothing. Turns out this is a hell of a way to speed up trading. But then again, you guys all know that I don't like acronyms, so... Yeah, no, exactly. Like, Cud just makes the most sense, because it's completely unique to Caves of Cud, and doesn't need to be abbreviated. If you just call it QUD, I know exactly what you're talking about. If you say COQ, I might get confused. Also, it sounds silly. Also, goddamn, Cud is good. So good. Even when it's salt-inducing, like... By being me? No, here's the thing. I don't mind acronyms when they make sense. I don't like acronyms when they don't make sense. Right? I like acronyms when there is a logical reason to have them. Like Ancient Domains of Mystery. Makes sense. Nothing else is called ADOM. CDDA makes sense. Tome makes sense because they're logical. They're abbreviating a long name that needs to be abbreviated. I don't see the point of an acronym like COQ because, number one, it shares acronyms with a lot of things. It makes less sense than just calling it CUD, which is kind of what the devs call it, and also saves time and people still know what you're talking about. If you say COQ, like CCX already said, it's going to cause confusion, potentially. Also, it just sounds dumb. It's like when you're talking about Pillars of Eternity, it makes more sense to say Pillars or the Pillars franchise rather than saying PoE because there's another game called PoE, right? So if you say PoE, you're going to confuse me. If you say Pillars, I know what you're talking about. Does that make sense? So it kind of depends on whether or not it's logical. If it's logical, makes sense, and has a reason to be an acronym, I get it. And I'm fine with it. If it shares acronyms with other things, that's just fucking stupid and confuses me. So I hate acronyms that are stupid. I like acronyms that make sense. Please don't send half my fort to prison. Please don't send half my fort to prison. Please don't send half my fort to prison. Wait, what part? The idea of killing this restore tranquilizer darts may as well kick a tank with a crowbar. Hey, you know, if you hit a tank enough with a crowbar, eventually it'll stop working. Atir seems ecstatic with the trading. Like how I go to make sure that no one goes to prison. Whew. No prison sentences. We're good. We're good. Hey, Winter. How we doing? Gonna need to queue up a bunch of clothing now. Because I just sold a lot of clothing and we're not done yet. Also, thanks for the follow, by the way. I mean, another one that I think is a problem is DS, right? You have the Nintendo DS, Dark Souls, Don't Starve, and there was another game that has DS that came out recently that I saw people calling it that. But to me, it's like DS. Oh, Death Stranding, yes. Dark Souls will always be DS, right? Like, or the Nintendo DS. I don't think Death Stranding should ever be called DS. We should just call it Stranding or something else. Or just call it Death Stranding, because I don't think Death Stranding is good enough to warrant getting that name. See, I think of that as God of War. What's another GOW? Wait, what? There's a decisive strike in Dead by Daylight. Oh, is that like a specific ability? See, that's okay if you're speaking about it in the context of Dead by Daylight. Like if you're watching a Dead by Daylight stream and you're talking with Dead by Daylight players and you mention something that abbreviates to that, that makes sense to me. Like, I'm fine with that. It's if you start talking about that out of context, I'm not going to know what you're talking. Yeah, Death Stranding needs to definitely be abbreviated to NRFF. NRFF. Norman Reedus and the Funky Fetus. That definitely needs to be what it abbreviates. The nice short version. Norman Reedus and his Funky Fetus. Went to war with General Grievous. Or, I mean, we could also just call it, you know what, never mind. I'm not going to say that. That would be kind of mean. Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're abbreviating something within specific context, that's fine. Like, say you're watching a Pokemon stream and you're talking about DS a lot, people are just going to assume that you're referring to the context of Dark Souls. Or not, they're not going to assume you're talking about Dark Souls. They're going to assume you're talking about the Nintendo DS. So it makes sense. Yeah, TF2 is a bad one. Although Titanfall, unfortunately, is kind of dead and gone. And I know people like to say that Team Fortress 2 is dead, but there's still 90,000 people playing that game every day. The game's still very much alive and well. So TF2 still kind of gets that name, in my opinion. I'm still checking to make sure I'm not violating any orders. I mean, not true, because those people aren't counted, but that's, in comparison to a lot of online games, it's very much alive and well. Since the late 2000s. You make a valid point. No, like if you want to play TF2, you can absolutely play TF2. I mean, I'm trying to think of the name of it now. Fuck. Amazon shooter. Came out to little to no fanfare. They closed it down, and then they shut it down fully. Fuck, what's the name of it? Trying to remember now. It started with a C, I think. Crucible. That was it. That game is dead. You can't play it anymore. If you bought it, you got a refund. That game is dead. Any plans for the fortress? Today we're basically doing spring cleaning. So we are, because this fortress is a lot of just letting time pass. We're not at war with anybody intentionally. Well, we are, but we're not getting invaded by anybody intentionally. It's a lot of just letting time pass. So right now we're doing frame rate cleanup because we were getting a little bit framey. So I am kind of putting everything that needs to be got rid of into this stockpile, and we're getting rid of all of our crafts and remaking our clothing for nice clothing again. Aside from that, I am still working on my labyrinth, which will get worked on more once those boulders are all clear, which will happen as we're building furniture. I have a tower that I'm going to start constructing once the boulders down here are cleared. This is going to have a tower that's going to kind of pop out of that circle there, and it's going to come up here through the maze and then up into the sky and go as high as it can. So I do have some plans, yes. I do have some projects, but it's one thing at a time currently. I'm going to do a big old controlled cave-in for that tower, too. It'll be fun. But currently, it's very much a getting through the days and weeks of this fortress. and keeping all the dwarves happy and microing that. What's this labyrinth all about? So I don't know if you're new to if you know the whole concept of this fort or not, but the whole point of this fort is to keep it alive. So everything that we're doing is about longevity. What's the labyrinth about? Absolutely nothing, really. I do have 2 Ettins, and I made 2 Ettins fight a Cyclops, and then their corpse is right there. If I zoom in, right there. As we get large creatures to make them fight, it's we put them in there and then lock it up and watch them beat the shit out of each other. So it's sort of like a slightly more interesting Colosseum. Yeah, everything in this fortress is just vanity projects. There is nothing in this fort really that have a practical point. Like, why am I building an army of statues that are all identical? Because I have a lot of lead and I don't know what else to do with it. Not because there's some practical reasoning behind it. It's just I have a lot of lead, so I guess I'm making an army of lead statues. Yeah, everything in this fortress, because we're trying to just keep it alive for 1,000 years, is about longevity and just keeping the fort alive. But welcome to the stream. Did you come in through Reddit, or did you find some other route in here? They will aid you in the afterlife? Sure. I wonder if dwarves believe in an afterlife. Basically, yeah. I mean, that was the original pitch for it. I mean, I could have made them out of earthenware and made an actual terracotta army, but instead I decided to go with lead because I have more lead than, as I said, I know what to fucking do with. You're awake now? Congratulations on being awake. Hello, Natsunovi. The nap helped? That's good. You believe you saw my interview? I've done 2, so may have seen one or the other one. But, hope you liked the interview. A lot of people have seen those interviews now. Something like 40,000 views between the 2 of them. So. That or the Steam update videos. There we go. Frame me again. Probably because we're hauling all of those statues. Yeah, we're currently in year 98 of late autumn. We started in year 5 of this world. So year 105 will be 100 years. We're trying to get to year 100 today. How many dwarves live in the fortress? Currently 49, or not 90, 48, not 98. I was thinking 98 because of year 98. Yeah, 48 currently. The maximum cap is 51. Partially for frame rate reasons, partially for lack of invasion reasons, because I don't want to get invaded. So part of the reason we have it set that way is specifically so that we don't get invaded. How many dwarves have died? Good question. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. 64 dwarves have died. I'd say about 10 or 11 of them have been of natural causes. I also have 2 dwarves that are basically brain dead zombies that, well, I mean, they're not zombies, but they live in prison. There's this one who's lived in prison for about 70 years. About 70 years. I found a bug where if a dwarf gets a prison sentence and they get overthrown due to the stresses of day-to-day living, which means they go completely insane to the point where they will just wander around and take their clothes off until they starve to death, or die of thirst, whichever comes first. If that happens while they're in prison, they will keep their clothes on, first off, until their clothes rot off. But the dwarves will treat them as a prisoner. So the dwarves will continue bringing them food and water. They won't bring them booze, but they will bring them food and water. So they will keep them alive, essentially. They'll keep them on life support. And so this dwarf has just lived here and forgotten all of her skills. She was legendary at one point. And has just become a dabbling in everything because their skills do deplete over time. And has just been in prison for 70 odd years. And I have a second one now, which is Warm Shadow, who lives up here, also in prison, which is fun. Oh, I know why the frames are bad, because the buzzards are back. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, it's sad, and it kind of is depressing, but it's also kind of neat, because I think I'm the first person to really run into that bug, which is kind of neat. But it's really cool being in this fort, because, you know, we have dwarves like, let's just say Wave Thrash, right? Wave Thrash is an interesting dwarf. Wave Thrash is married to a dwarf who is also born in this fort and has a whole bunch of children in this fort. Mother and father are in this fort. Although mother is dead. Lump is still alive. All the brothers and sisters are in the fort, and a few friends who are all kindred spirits in the fort. And then if I go to their children, let's just say Sparkly. Their entire extended family is in the fort. Like, look at this. Except for a few close friends who are, like, not direct relatives. And this is super neat because I've been getting a lot of mood. Vengeful when joining existing conflict. See, that's not good. Anyway, birds are evil. But you get, like, fondness when remembering making a friend. Fondness, remember making a friend. Fondness, remembering talking with a sibling. Moods that I don't see so often. Although, that one not so much. Gaining a sibling. Fondness, remembering gaining a sibling. I've seen, like, love speaking with mother and stuff like that. There's a buzzard in my frickin' craft dwarf's rooms. Kill the fucking thing. Get it. Set it on fire. Make it deaded. So, yeah, no, it's good times. So we've got lots of kind of interesting dwarf situations. Also, I haven't seen a Nero emote in my chat in a minute. I used to see Nero and Cherno emotes in my chat all the time because Cherno raided me like 3 times in the span of like 2 months. And it was like half my chat was Cherno subs for a while there. They also have deities there, so maybe there's one deity that works on Afterlife. I don't think I mean, they can have deities of rebirth. I don't know if they strictly have any deities of the afterlife, per se. 2 of the buzzards died or they left the map. One of the... You think if there are ghouls and undead, there has to be an afterlife? Well, not necessarily. But possibly, yes. What do you think of worlds that seem to always get incredibly infested with necromancers all the time in World Gen since the latest update? I think that this update is unfinished, which is true. Tarn has talked about how current... and in my most recent interview, actually, Tarn talked about how, and has talked on DF Talk and various other interviews that he's done, and a panel, that currently the game's a lot eviler than it should be, and it's very much broken. We're not supposed to be that infested with necromancy. Also, the undead aren't supposed to just show up and just, like, hang out in your tavern. Experiments are if they're integrated into society, but undead technically aren't supposed to do that, or they're supposed to disguise themselves as criminals. So what do I think of it? I think it's cool for the time being, but it's certainly a aspect of DF that is very much unfinished. That's all. That's what I think of it. None of your custom stockpiles were actually working. I've also run into a lot of stockpile bugs currently. I mean, they're supposed to hang out in taverns if you have made those undead, right? But, like, visiting undead shouldn't just hang out in your taverns, necessarily. God, I'm so sorry. Like, it's becoming a part-time job for you, Stone. Especially because we're in late autumn, which means we're about to get another round. After 20 minutes of work, go do what you gotta do, Lake Bear. Order milk in tavern? Yeah, I've always wondered that. I've wondered if like they're, because you can have like all of their internal organs missing, right? Because they don't eat or drink, but if you have a because like undead they're just like they're like vampires and necromancers. They don't actually order drink. They just don't have the need, so they will just never do it. However, if you have a tavern keeper, they will feed them alcohol anyway. They'll do the equivalent of like pouring it on them. Like they'll just be like, here, have alcohol, and they'll take the booze. And I wonder if they will ingest it or if it just falls on the ground. Like I get this funny mental image of like tavern keeper handing intelligent undead booze, intelligent undead taking and going, and then just like pouring it on a potted plant. You know what I mean? Like those movies where like they'd go to take a shot and just throw it over their shoulder, that kind of shit. I do actually wonder about that sometimes. Hey man, we only have 90% left to go. So what you're saying is somewhere there's a bar where all the potted plants have evolved to imbibe use? No, what I'm saying is there's a bar somewhere where all of the potted plants are mysteriously dead and no one can figure out why. That's what I'm saying. Or maybe, Beemel, it's just like Pirates of the Caribbean where they drink it and you just see it like dripping down through their rib cage and you're like, man, that's such a waste of booze. No, the famous dead cat glitch happened because they added in self-cleaning eyelids and alcohol poisoning in one. They added ingestion, eyelids, poisons, and a bunch of other things, as well as self-cleaning and baths. And dwarves will clean stuff off their clothes by going to the going to a well or a water source and cleaning themselves with soap. And animals will just clean themselves, just naturally. And the way they made cats clean themselves is they would ingest whatever's on them without thinking about it. And because alcohol can spill in taverns and that's being processed, when cats would walk through taverns, they'd get covered in alcohol, and then they'd lick the alcohol off themselves to clean themselves and die of alcohol poisoning after vomiting it. So that's why the famous cat alcohol bug happened, but that's been fixed a long time ago. What's the Discord limit for a character post? I want to say it's 1,000. Need a lot of flex tape to prevent leaks. It's definitely the best way to prevent leaks. See, that or like Saran wrap, one of the two. God, these dwarves are so busy. What I think is funny is how many people don't realize that that bug has been fixed for years. Like, that bug was fixed within a few weeks of it coming out and happening, but it's still, like, this fiendishly notorious thing. Same with thermonuclear cat explosions. Those were also fixed a long time ago, but you still see people warning new players, careful of cat explosions. Don't let your cats die to booze. And it's like, but, like, that hasn't been a thing for a very long time. Just a screenshot would probably be a best way to do it. Screenshot would be the best way to do it. So. Nope. It won't get attacked. Well, at least it won't get sieged. We do have the potential to be ambushed, because ambushes don't care about population count. But I have to really piss somebody off to get ambushed. Goblins can ambush, and so can elves. Humans only siege, so we have no concerns about getting attacked by humans. Goblins, though, there is a very real risk. I need to make some mead. Oh, no, I need to do this first. Really? But you're literally hauling honeycomb, game. Honey, bee wax, honeycomb. Maybe I need jugs. Do I not have jugs? Are these not jugs? Earthenware jug. Oh, those are unglazed earthenware jugs. Oh. Derp. I mean, unless you start asking, can I make the dwarves do drugs and then eat each other? You're fine and won't be annoying. I just assume you're newish. Yeah, no, so the whole point of this fort is to not get attacked. Yeah, I know that they're required. I just didn't realize I hadn't glazed them yet. Yeah, no, we don't want to be attacked. That's the whole point, is to not get attacked. I'ma hurt you, Zelsor. Also, how have your streams been recently? I've seen you been on a couple times. I haven't had the opportunity to actually stop by and say hi, because it's while I've been live, but hope they've been going well. I haven't started making the floor hatches yet. I am offended. That's good. Relaxing is healthy. Necromancers do the vile force of darkness has arrived, or the dead walk, hide while you still can. Dead walk are just groups of roaming zombies that happen naturally if there's a lot of zombie activity in the area. They will just kind of wander around the zone within the tower, and they won't necessarily attack you, but they will attack you if they see you. So it's not technically an invasion. But it's just, zombies have happened upon our base, and we'll just hang out for as long as they feel like it. They do also send out skelly boys and other various criminals to spy on your shit and steal your stuff. The enemy have come and are laying siege to your fortress. is generally humans, but can be human necromancers. So it depends on the necromancer's culture. If they're goblin necromancers, it'll be a vile force of darkness has arrived, and they'll show up with a bunch of intelligent undead and necromancers. The Dead Walk, hide while you still can, is just a roaming group of zombies. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress is usually a human attack or assault. And the only one that we could possibly have is the Dead Walk, hide while you still can, but there are no necromancer towers in this world currently. Probably won't be. So I doubt we'll see that happen. Although it could if a necromancer tower decided to pop up right next to me. Well, I don't even know if they can form post-world gens, so I guess we'll find out as time passes. But generally, they don't pop up until 150-ish years anyway, so As far as ambushes, those could happen if I really pissed off the elves, but we haven't done that yet, so... What's dwarves from another civ? Vile Force of Darkness has arrived, or Siege, depending on their culture. I'm pretty sure it's generally Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. Yes, they regenerate all wounds. All were creatures regenerate all wounds, hunger, thirst, everything every full moon. So you can actually, if you have a were creature, dwarf, in your fort, you can just lock them in a room by themselves, give them no food whatsoever, and they will never starve to death or die of thirst, because every full moon it'll reset the clock. Also, I do know for a fact there are were creatures in this world because I've been attacked by them, and also every time the moon up in the top right becomes full, there's a slight frame rate lag for about 10 frames. We cut down from about 50 frames a second down to about 10 for about 10 seconds or so, which is about the duration of the full moon, which means that somewhere every full moon a bunch of were creatures murder a bunch of things, which is kind of funny. Don't know where they are, but it's happening. Excuse me. Trying not to hiccup here. But yeah, no, with DF, there are no dumb questions unless you're strictly just like asking intentionally annoying questions. Like getting mad about the fact that my female dwarves don't have beards. That sort of stuff will annoy me. I don't know if they regenerate body parts. And that has nothing to do with full moon. Or that has nothing to do with haunted biome. I don't think they regenerate body parts. Although actually, I don't know. I've never tried that. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever had a were creature that's had a missing body part. Science. Must happen. Must be done. Chad, hear this? Next time you have a were creature in your fort, try and chop off a limb of theirs. Although they might just bleed out. They regen everything physical? Good. No, I didn't know that. Forms twisted from their nature, Legion of Life. What hope remains? That's the That's the notification that you get from necromancer attacks if the majority of the attack are necromancer experiments, intelligent or unintelligent, which is exactly the same as a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. It's just a different piece of flavor text. And that happens when it's... the difference between a Vile Force of Darkness and a siege is sieges will stand outside for about a year and then try and attack you, whereas a Vile Force of Darkness will just run in your front door and go, blah, and try and stab your face. Twisted Forms, Legion of the Night or whatever, is the same as a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived mechanically. The only difference is it's primarily necromancer experiments, which means it's usually a lot of really fun creatures. Yeah, well, were creatures aren't undead. So that wouldn't matter. Are they good means to defend your fortress? The problem with ballistas, key tracks, is they only fire on one level. They'll friendly fire your dwarves. And you need your dwarves to be brave. They need to have high levels of discipline, because the problem with all siege equipment is because normal ass dwarves operate them. I did a haunted biome over Christmas, or not over Christmas, over Halloween, and it was fun. The problem with I'm thinking about two things at once. Siege engines is when they see the enemy, when they get line of sight of the enemy, most dwarves will panic and run away. So you need to have basically a squad of wrestlers that does nothing but train military all the time, so that they have high discipline and observation and all those skills that stop them from panicking when they see the enemy. And you also need them to be set as siege operators, so that when the enemy shows up, only those dwarves that have been training, that have high discipline, are the ones operating your siege equipment. Otherwise, they will literally get line of sight of the enemy, panic, and run away, and never actually fire a ballista shot. So it's a bit tedious. I've made it work before, but I personally find it to be kind of not worth it, because I usually just end up killing more of my own dwarves with it than the enemy. But I have them for fun. You have a catapult, no idea how to use it? Well, luckily catapults don't friendly fire your friends, so just assign a dwarf to siege engineering. Assign a dwarf to siege engineering, or not engineering, siege operating, and then just go to your catapult, and then you can either change the orientation, so spin it around, but I want it to face left, so fire to the left, and then just change action. Prepare to fire facing left, so let's just set all these to prepare to fire. I'm not going to do it with the ballistas, they're identical though. Let's set all those to prepare to fire. This is just a firing range, so it's for training them. It is really fun to use siege equipment, and I really like siege equipment, but incredibly awkward. Yeah. The nice thing about catapults, though, is you can train siege operating without actually being at risk of friendly firing your dwarves. I'm going to forbid this door and forbid this door, so I don't have any dwarves running into here, because while the boulders are in mid-air, they won't friendly fire, but when they hit the wall and fall down the Z level, they can friendly fire. So let's just wait for more dwarves to show up. We'll do a little demonstration. They need to train siege operating, which is a separate skill from ranged attacks. But yes, they do. The better they are at siege operating, the straighter their shots will fire. Let's just set all these to fire now, because we're basically ready. Fire at will, 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 fire at will. Meow. There they go. Meow. Zoom. Zoom. They're also great because it trains strength while they're picking up the boulders and carrying them. Yeah, Will doesn't deserve this. Poor William. While they're going to pick up and carry the boulders, that trains strength. And yeah, it's a pretty good little skill to give them. And if you have really nice siege equipment, the dwarves will get happy thoughts about the siege equipment. Problem with boulders is they're very with the catapults, they're very inaccurate. Even if they're really skilled, they're still super inaccurate. May attack Bakias. So yeah, that's how catapults work. And ballistas are exactly the same. Then you can turn off. Not in use. Not in use, 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 and not in use. They don't have to be accurate if you have 20 of them. Yeah, and also because they don't friendly fire, you can just stack them. So you can just have like 30 in a row right there and have 3 squads of dwarves doing nothing but training military stuff all the time, and then they'll just, you know, murder everything. Murder the everything. I'm very intelligent spoke. still can't press honey. What? I'm confused by this. I can't be missing a step, am I? You press honey from honeycomb. Lob past liquid container. I don't have a liquid container. But they must be putting something else in the jugs. Why weren't you allowed to take computers at school? They target on the same level that they're on. I'm glazing the jugs. I've glazed 12 of them. But they must just be storing plants in them or something. I'll just glaze until I run out because I got a lot that need to be glazed. I was successfully making mead earlier using brass jugs, but they just kind of stopped one day. I don't know. Weird. And I made a shit ton of earthenware once and forgot about them and only just remembered I made them. I must have made them like 20 years ago. Like, see, there's a glazed one right there. See, okay, you're collecting hive products. That's what I need you to be doing. Perfect. Yeah, that's probably all it is. I'm just waiting on the actual jobs. But still don't have that. For a tower with catapults on each Z level? I mean, you could do that. They will eventually fall down, but like accuracy will be like that sound command. Actually, that sound that you just heard, that's about how accurate your catapults will be. Wah, 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 wah. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. It won't be that effective. Your best way to do it is to have like a moat or something. Like if I go up to the surface level, to have like a moat around your fortress, and then like a platform, let's say about here, and then set up fortifications along your wall with drawbridges that you can lower. So lower the drawbridges and then fire through the lower drawbridges. That's kind of your best bet. You is 1 year older as of yesterday. Well, congratulations and birthdays. Did you do anything to celebrate? Did you eat a cake all by yourself? I hope you did. I mean, no, there's nothing stopping you from taking similar courses online now, right, Stone? I mean, 2020 is the best time ever to do that. Good shit, man. Happy birthday. Chat, can we get a big old round of happy birthdays for my lovely moderator, Audio Coaster, who's been around the stream for a goddamn long time now? Still assembling ballista arrows. Also, I just had Master Brewer catch cover, which is good. There we go. We're working on these. Perfect. I'd sing happy birthday for you, but I don't want to get DMCA'd. The DMCA. I want to just say, fuck the DMCA. What? Someone I know ends his stream now with a MIDI cover of YMCA and sings "Fuck You" in the DMCA over top of it, which is way true. Finally assembled 30 ballista arrows. It's like I don't really care about making mead, but it's just a little weird. Unless maybe we're cooking it. I mean, I'm not cooking anything currently. Yeah, we got a lot of food products. Seven thousand 935 lines long. How would you do that? A Google Doc. You could copy paste it into a Google Doc. Be like you made an artifact using wagon wood. Hello, B-Lug. How are you today? But yeah, you could. Yeah, you could put it in a Google Doc, you could copy it in parts, you could screenshot it. Speaking of, we got more paperwork for you to do, because the human merchants have just arrived from Bastille Smack. First of Granite, year 99, early spring. Okay. God damn, we're in year 99. No, not if you have really good persuasion skills, which is something that your dwarves train heavily enough. If you're already at war with them, yes, it's an act of war and they'll just invade you if you do it. If you are not at war with them and they're not goblins, because goblins will just invade you regardless, and you have a highly skilled observation dwarf. I need to just get rid of these stupid stockpiles. And just dump those corpses, get rid of them. And you have high persuasion skills on your dwarves. I haven't failed yet, so... And I've got 3 different towns bringing me annual tributes. And then after making them bring me annual tributes, they also began trading with me, which is very nice. I mean, everything in DF is counterintuitive, so it's just a matter of experimentation, right? And fucking up a lot. But it comes with the territory. Not saying it's good, I'm just saying that. Yes, they give you free stuff. Often stuff you don't want, but it's the actual reason to demand tribute is so that they then bring trade caravans to trade with you. Because I trade with 2, sometimes 3 human civs, elves, and dwarves every year. One llama wool bag and a lead cage. That's why he was moving so slowly. It's because of the fucking lead cage. God damn. Easy paperwork for you this time, Stone. I don't know why this is so funny. Oh, dear. But yes, tributes is just them giving you free stuff. How's our well doing? Still nice and full. Good to see. Finishing the weapon racks, working on those clay jugs. Clugs, as we're calling them. Actually, get rid of that. Almost time for dwarves to go back on break. Yeah, still don't have the ability to do it. Even though they definitely have access to it, so I don't know. And the elves have arrived in time to trade. Which is good to see. Much rather that they trade with us versus invading us. We did piss them off and offend them for a few years, but clearly they've come to their senses and decided that we are still worth keeping good ties with. You need me to make spears, okay. Steel, spear, 3. What should I sell the elves? They quite liked the wine last time. How about we give them something that's proper dwarfy? Rose gold tables. There's some other stone tables. Hornblade table. Some proper tables. Because you know these elves, they use wood tables. Is monstrous. I'm sure that they will find these tables to be a glorious addition to their pathetic dining halls. It's good for them to have a little bit of dwarven culture in their day-to-day, you know? It's healthy. That's a tetrahedrite pedestal. I'll take it. Probably got it from the other dwarves. You know, I'm actually going to take those featherwood barrels. Because featherwood barrels are so light. Barn owl, a wren. I think I'll just trade all that for a barrel, basically. They say thank you for the business, and they're ecstatic with the trading. Please. Google Docs are very simple. Just make sure you don't make it publicly editable. Editable? Editable. Well, good for you. Exactly. I love it when that happens, also. Always a good feeling. It's like, oh, look at you. You did a thing. Well, I forgot that you were doing a thing, but you did a thing. Yay. You made it to year 7. Congrats! You got a couple more to catch up to me. Because we're on year 94 of this fortress. Come on, you can do it. I have faith. Also, this is adorable. So all of my mugs are made of brass. This dwarf is not moving so slowly because the frame rate's bad. This dwarf's moving so slowly because of how heavy this goblet is. That is adorable. That is adorable. Look at how slow he's moving. That is actually adorable. You could also use Pastebin. Actually, that's another site you could use. Pastebin's very easy. Although I'm seeing a lot of fake Pastebin. It's pastebin.com. Like, it's technically for programming stuff, but you could just, like, link a document. Did that work? Did you post something in Discord? Oh my god. Make sure I'm not leaking any information. Check this out, chat. This is everything that's been brought to us. Good lordy. It's up on Discord. So everything from one faction. God. That's kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. Not counting the hooligans or the Realms of Soaring tributes. I do really hope at some point, if this fortress is completed, once it's done, I hope that people kind of go through the VODs again and document stuff. I think that would be really cool. I don't fully expect people to. I'm not really banking on people to. But there's a lot of shit that has happened in these VODs that aren't really getting documented at all, aside from just, you know, the streams. The elves have embarked on their journey. But they have sublists? Gotcha. Because, you know, humble brag, but this is one of the oldest forts in existence. Which is just fucking wild. Yep. Got to drop off a birthday gift. You have a safe travels wherever you may be headed, Zelsoren. It's good to see you, as always. That's only about a page worth of stuff. It's actually kind of wild how much shit's in there. Currently, I'm literally just trying to organize stuff into stockpiles. All right, so I should probably hack down some more trees. Sorry, elves, because I just don't have enough. I just don't have enough. It's not that I want to murder the trees. It's I need more charcoal. We're also going to, once I've hacked down these, and also let's put a roadway kind of going up this way. I'm gonna build floors and stuff once we've got all these hacked down. Do 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 do. Only have 6 pages worth? I mean, they have been in multiple civil wars over the past 2 years, so it kind of makes sense. In fact, I can just start building this right now. I wanted to use granite. I'd like to use ice. I am slowly paving the surface. Ever so slowly. I don't think the elves mind very much, you know? I think they appreciate our good taste in concrete. Very natural, organic concrete we're using here. What block is that? That's kimberlite blocks. Where the hell you got kimberlite from? Yeah, because eventually you'll just kind of have a list of most of the items they bring commonly until you occasionally need to add 1 or 2, right? Prepared stuff is a good example of that. It's basically its own mini alphabetical list. Yeah. What is the weirdest, most exotic item they've brought, Stone? Like, is there anything they've brought, like, only one of that is, like, kind of an odd and exotic thing? I know that they've been bringing us eagles recently, which I think is weird. Eagles in lead cages. Probably the musical instruments are the most exotic, actually. I need logs, because I need someone to go chop down trees. There they come. Stone people brought a reindeer antler sep. Yeah, that is kind of weird, actually. That's oddly specific and kind of weird in a good way. But then again, all of the best things in Dwarf Fortress are weird and oddly specific. No. I doubt they'd ever dig that deep. Is it even possible for humans to dig too deeply and greedily? I know dwarves can. I doubt it. I very much doubt it, Daffy. Single cunt site? That's pretty deep. Pretty deep, man. But no, that's... I mean, they've also brought us some lead stuff, which means they're certainly mining. But they can only mine so much, right? And I'm shocked at how well that current news video is doing. It's like rocketing up to 10,000 views with speed. Gotten 150 views in the last hour. I kind of figured that one would be a little bit slower because like it's just bridges and glass tables, but like I think the YouTube algorithm just really likes my really likes my news videos. I'm glad people like those though. It's literally carrying my YouTube channel right now. I'm gonna build a proper bridge over here. Bum, 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 bum. Skunk leather bag is interesting as far as bags go. That I'll agree with. I'd agree with that. Skunk leather is something you don't see very often. I'm really glad that you've been doing that though, Stone. It's going to be really interesting to kind of look back on all that stuff after the fort's done. Quite rich by human standards in general, actually. Finding an actual, like, well-cut opal, or finding a good opal and then cutting it by human standards is pretty cool, actually. I really wish they'd stop bringing us training spears, considering I can't sell spears because the Lord of the Fortress is rather partial to spears. So yeah, we're building a proper bridge because I like the way proper bridges look. Not because it has any practical purpose, but just because it looks cool. It'll be similar to that road up there. I think we're gonna do more roads on this side too, because I don't know. I like making paved roads out of floors. And after we get all those bins done, I'm going to make another round of clothing. I think we might make iron caps for the dwarves this time. I think that they're very much using, you know, wood as their primary weapon choice. That, or maybe they're like a decorative thing. Perhaps they make training spears and like hang them on their walls. That's how I would imagine that shit. Is that they're like hanging them on the walls or something. It's getting close to food time for me. A single oaken training spear. That or they legitimately use them for training, which would be weird. Polking has become an elite wrestler. Let's see how... So Polking at the start of today's stream was very depressed and was having a lot of mental troubles. Heads up, chat room investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. This dwarf was very depressed and was having... Well, not very depressed, but like was kind of about to start flashing red down and was constantly having panic attacks due to previous trauma. Look at this. It's all gone. Miracles. Wonderful. So I'm very proud of my dwarves for that reason. I think it's time to eat a few piggies. Eat a few piggies and a few piglets. Also got to deal with all these corpses. Good to see a lot of busy dwarves. Speaking of noms, Stone, it's almost time for me to get some noms. Also, Stone, thanks for keeping me company today. Chat, we're a little lurky today, but I just want to say, if you're lurking in the stream right now and hanging out, cheers. Thank you. Streams wouldn't exist without lurkers. And I know there's a lot of people who listen every day. How do you set up a working meat industry? What do you mean by meat industry? Do you mean like raising animals to make food? Depends on... Uh-oh, we have a down red. Pink Fluffy's upsetting him. God damn it. You want to practice a craft? I'll give you metal crafting. After you attend a meeting. It depends on what kind of industry you want to set up. Are you trying to set up a, successful breeding industry like I have with my pigs? Are you trying to go for bones? Or do you just want food? Because it depends on the animal. Pigs don't need to graze. Some animals need to graze, so if they need to graze, they either need to be on cave moss or grass. If you just want to set up a industry where you can raise and slaughter, like let's just say pigs, or something else that doesn't need to graze, Dwarf butcher. All right, to set up a meat industry, right? You need pig, okay? First off, you make a zone with the I key, and then you hit H. That's the hospital button. Then you hit N, which is pen and pasture. You select a male and a female piggy. You put them both in that pasture. Dwarf will haul them to that pasture. You wait until they make baby piggy. Baby piggy grow up, and then you slaughter mommy and daddy piggy. And then you wait for baby piggies to grow up, and then they make more piggies, and then you slaughter those piggies. You slaughter them by hitting Z, going to the animals menu. So, like, you hit Z, instantly press enter, and then select the piggy that you want to eat, and then press B on the piggy, and then the piggy get et. Well, then they go slaughter the piggy. That'll then make bones and untanned hides. If you have a tanner's shop and a dwarf with the tanning job already assigned, the dwarf will automatically go grab the hides and tan the hides, and then you get leather. They will distribute the bones to the whatever refuse stockpiles you have, or corpse stockpiles, and then you can make bone crafts, and they separate all the meat and put them out into barrels or into a food stockpile to stop them from rotting, and then you can cook the meats. That's how Dwarf Butcher. And I'm going to put a marker in the chat so that I can make another 1-minute tutorial. There you go. That's how butchering in DF works. And animal breeding. Just like this. Oh, also, of course, you need a job at the butcher, a dwarf with the butchering job, and a dwarf with animal tending, so they put them away. I wonder what they'll look like at 100 tributes. Oh, God. A lot more stuff. Speaking of tributes, how are we doing, Lord Almighty himself, Clinodev, the master of community management, who isn't a professional but acts like it? How's things, man? Also, Clino, I slept for about 34 out of 48 hours over the last 2 days, so I haven't done any editing. Any editing at all. I just kind of went and lay down and died. And just hibernated for this straight. The humans have come. I need to put on another. Can you just plop down a cage and put all the piggies inside? I think. Can you put multiple animals in a cage? Just put them in a zone. I've never tried that. I don't know if that would work. It might. I know I've certainly had creatures give birth to animals in cages, but I don't think you can put multiple animals in a cage. If you can put multiple animals in a cage, that might work. Kind of abusive, but... Or a burn? I mean, it was intended as a compliment. You can take it as a burn if you want. But it was intended as a compliment, for whatever that's worth. No, I've never put multiple animals in a cage. I would assume that would work. Trade them some strawberry wine. I need to get rid of these. I'm actually kind of running low on wine right now. I say low, I have 1,700. Okay, so then, yes, that does answer the question. It stops them from making more piggies. But no, I will never put them in a cage. That's too abusive. That's like factory farming levels of nope. Also, then you'd have to micromanage them in and out of the cages? Nah. Nah, I'm good. No, I've never done that. Didn't realize you could do that. But also, now that I know that I could do that, I'm still not going to do it. So yeah, that answers your question, Not So Novi. You can totally put multiple animals in a cage, but they will not make babies. Kinda? I'd rather sacrifice the frames. I mean, I have put puppies in cages before. I've certainly put dogs in cages, but I wouldn't put farmed livestock in. The reason I've done that was for training, though, is I put like 10 male dogs in separate cages. I didn't put them all in one cage, but I put them all in separate cages and war trained them that way. Versus having a training zone. Just seemed more practical. Besides, when the frames get bad because of them, I just slaughter them all. Because I'm so kind. I don't really have that many poultry, generally. They need nester boxes and forbidden eggs. Yeah, I don't know. I just never thought to do that. To me, that just seems way too cruel. And as somebody who is literally talking about buying grass-fed organic beef this morning, yeah, I would feel too bad doing that. Kind of for the same reason I would never, like, throw a bunch of children into a pit in DF. Yes, this is the Cultist Simulator soundtrack. A game I have no interest in playing, but goddamn, the music's good. I wonder what they're working on next. The folks who made Cultist Sim. I know that they made their money back off of, in a couple of weeks off of Cultist Sim. What, Cultist Simulator? I love the concept of it, but I hate the presentation of it. Well, rather, I don't hate the presentation of it, but I have no interest in playing the presentation of it. God, Proteus is out in tomorrow. Ooh. Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow night. I know what I'm doing tomorrow night. Oopsies. Basically use eggs like a lot of other people use meat. I use eggs unless I have a better option. Not trade with them. I took too long to bring stuff. Whoops. Totally wasn't just distracted about the fact that Protus is out. Whoops. Well, we'll trade with them next year. For those of you who don't know what Protoss is, it's basically just Doom. And it looks like my kind of shit, so I'm going to enjoy that. That'll be my evening game for a little bit. Why is there just like a stack of seeds right here? Hold up. Just like a bunch of strawberry seeds on that chair. Someone must have been eating strawberries. Also, how do you eat a strawberry and eat around the seeds? That's some impressive tooth technique. Also, hey, Microflora. Up. Tweezers? Maybe they use their beard as like steel wool sieve where they like mash the strawberries through the beard and the beard just like catches the seeds and then they eat the rest. I don't know. That's all I got. Also, Hobo, are you interested in Proteus at all? Proteus, I think is how you're supposed to say it. Because I'm ready. I need that. That game looks good. Still putting away all that wood. God, we got so much wood. Doing all that construction. I mean, beards are very much the answer to fishing, which is my favorite one. Doesn't answer how lady dwarves fish, but... They just stand and put their beards in the water and wait patiently. God. I slept funny at some point, and my shoulders are super achy. They acted as an air filter when they mined, K-Memesy? What, so that they... Like, if they hit a sulfur deposit or something, they don't run out of air? I love all the dumb theories. Because, like, you know, the dwarves are just fine, right? But, like, I love all the dumb theories as to why things work they do in DF. Because there's a lot of really dumb theories. Like, there's a lot of extremely dumb theories. Even, like, the explanation of, oh, dwarves just see in the dark real good. It's like, well, then, how do humans walk around in dwarf fortresses and not bump into shit? Eh? I hope it's good, Hobo. I hope it's good. I'm keen because that level editor looks... It looks robust. Like, just check this out for a second, chat. I think this is the level editor video. Nah, there is one video where it's just a level editor. Regardless, this thing has a really robust looking level editor. There it is. Come on, show me the level editor. Maybe it's the beginning. There's a point in one of these videos where it shows the level editor. Maybe not. Maybe not that one. One of these. Anyway, I'm keen for this. I hope it's good. Because I love those types of shooters. The hairs block the dust? Oh! Okay, so I see what you mean now. Not like an air filter, but like a dust filter. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. So someone just commented on one of my DF videos saying, what are the differences between DF and RimWorld? And as a RimWorld player, I'm looking forward to giving DF a try. When the graphical version gets released, is it more in depth? How do relations work? Warfare? ? And my only response that I can think of off the top of my head to do real quickly is depth-wise, DF makes most games look like a Fisher-Price toy. Is that fair? Aside from that, they're extremely different to the point where I think comparing them is unfair to both. RimWorld's a great game, but completely different. It's a completely different experience and playstyle. Like, almost nothing in common. Aside from that, there is some colony building simulations. Like, you can build walls and tables in both, but, like, aside from that, they're completely different. I mean, RimWorld is a, like, I've been calling RimWorld this for a while, and it annoys some RimWorld players, but RimWorld is a tower defense colony sim combat min-maxing game. Dwarf Fortress is a fantasy world simulator that you can interact with if you want. Like, Dwarf Fortress almost has more in common with God games than RimWorld. RimWorld sells itself as a game that's inspired by Dwarf Fortress, which I guess is true, but also kind of isn't fair to itself for comparing it. Like, it shouldn't compare itself to Dwarf Fortress because the two games are so different. Like, it's compared to Dwarf Fortress because it looks good to sell yourself as something that is inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It's a very popular marketing term currently. And it's been a popular marketing term for a while. Because people fantasize about the idea of Dwarf Fortress while knowing very little about it. I've thought about making a video like straight up outlining the differences between the two games and why they shouldn't be compared, but then very quickly after thinking about it, I realized that that would be way more time than I'd be willing to put into a video. Like, that would require so much editing. Holy shit. I mean, I could just ramble about it for 15 minutes and then just put it up in like an audio form, but that would annoy people. Because the differences are literally just everything. Right down to like how RimWorld does its math. Like, the systems in RimWorld are very clear-cut and obvious, and you can just like look at all the raw numbers, whereas DF, all that stuff is obfuscated and hidden intentionally to increase immersion. Unless like you use external tools to read that shit. The game isn't designed to be played that way though. Like alien people, and just like people fantasize that people in Canada are polite. Fuck off. Yes, sure, Stone. I could see that to an extent. It's a very complex simulation that splitting out 3 to 4 things DF does into a game is a very successful strategy. Yeah, and then saying it's like Dwarf Fortress, and then you sell it to all the people who are too scared to play Dwarf Fortress because it looks scary, is a very successful business strategy, and it's one that I've gotten very cynical about over the past few years. Certainly, Mimsy, certainly. And like, that's all that you need, right? You just need to look appealing. Because, you know, DF and Tarn has done the game a disservice by rolling with the memes of how impossible to get into and how bad the UI is, when there is some truth to it, but it's very much over-exaggerated. Like, I'm not going to deny that the game is easy to get into, or say that the game's easy to get into or anything, because, you know, it requires some work. It's not a hyper-approachable game by any stretch, but it's also not the impossible nightmare that people make it out to be. It's complex, yeah, and it's in-depth, yeah, but it's not an insurmountable learning curve. You just kind of have to approach it differently than modern video games. People are used to having their hands held when this is a game about reading the wiki. Yeah, no more streams. Streamer here. I mean, it's just like any other country, right, Stone? You just happen to live in a famous one. Honestly, I would rather have the stereotypes that your country has than having the stereotypes of a country like China. The humans have arrived. It is early autumn, which means... Yep, both tributes have arrived. Excellent. The true nightmare is, you'd imagine, is programming DF? I mean, if your name is Tarn Adams, probably not. If you are someone who's never seen the code before who suddenly has to program it, then probably, yeah. The gist that I get is like, because Tarn's been working on it for so long, he just kind of knows it, you know? I'm sure it's not that bad. I will say this, there are very few programmers in the world that I would actually trust to work on it with Tarn. No, it's not Chaos. There are parts of it that Tarn has assistance with, like ports for other OSs, but it is not open source. It might be one day, but currently there is no plans to make the game. Personally, I don't think DF being open source would actually help DF in any way, but that's an unpopular opinion that I have. I think it would just make the game into a clusterfuck. I personally hope that the game remains in private development as long as possible. But, like I said, not a popular opinion. I mean, I've seen Mounties, right? The Royal Guard are about as normal as the Mounties. Who also carry live ammo. I mean, it's the same with Mounties. Oh, of course, it would certainly be... What I would like to see is I would like to see the World Gen stuff have an open source fork. But, you know, you can listen to Tarn talk about why the game isn't open source in many interviews, including the ones up on my channel. So if you want to know about that stuff, you can just go read it or listen to it. And he has perfectly legitimate reasons for not open sourcing it right now. You love the taste of tea within your blood. My favorite teas are all Chinese teas, though, so. All right. Tribute from the Council of Men. They brought us a reindeer cow. Ooh. I'll have to pasture that. I think that's a first. I don't believe they've brought us a reindeer before. I know they've brought us some eagles. Let me know when you're ready, Stone. It's not like Britain never had Chinese colonies. Fair. Yeah, my two favorite kinds of tea... Well, my favorite kind of tea, actually, is specifically from China. Screenshotted? Gotcha. Waiting on the other one now. Yes, many, many strawberries. Speaking of, before I forget... Reindeer cow. Pasture it up here. I mean, Tarn also said in a Rock Paper Shotgun interview, shortly after the Steam version was announced, because there's people predicting that Dwarf Fortress on Steam is going to sell over 2 million copies, based on Steam stats that have been tracked from Steam stat tracking sites, that it could sell that many, if not more. And Tarn did say in a Rock Paper Shotgun interview that if it sold that well, he wouldn't know what to do with the money, and will probably donate a lot of money to charity and might open source the parts of the code. So he did say that in a Rock Paper Shotgun interview, unless I'm misremembering, which I don't think I am. Now the group of Soaring, they brought us a hen. Oh, kind of them. These are all tributes from the humans, yeah. Bronze Scimitar, though, that's something we can't make. So even though this is a crappily, pathetically tiny, itty-bitty baby donation to our glorious cause of power, they brought us a hen. Speaking of, I should put that in here. Because my other hen died of old age, so I'll have another egg layer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I mentioned that a minute ago. but that would just be more so that people could study it, from what I could tell. I really should stream War Sim, shouldn't I? You know, we should do War Sim as an evening stream, like a late night stream. That's something I should stream for a late night stream. That would be a good idea. How long did it take me to get to this point? I mean, you can go do some maths. This is stream number 35. I am about four-ish hours in to this stream. And what was that? Oh, an outpost liaison has arrived. Cool. Dwarves are here to trade. What's the word I'm looking for here? Thoughts on non-dwarf citizens? I mean, they're non-dwarves and they're citizens. What thoughts are there to have on that? That's not a specific enough question for me to have an answer. Are you asking me if I'm racist in DF and refuse to let non-dwarves join my fort? Depends on the fort and what I'm RPing. Are you asking if I think they're nice and useful? I think they're fascinating, cool, and wish there was more of them. Are you asking if I think that they're helpful? They're basically the same as dwarves. So, I don't know. You need to give me more of a question. Thoughts on this thing isn't a question. I can't remember what year we demanded tribute. They're about the same as regular dwarves once they become permanent residences. Chocobo. I mean, they have their quirks, but if you take care of them correctly, they're fine. They can't make dwarven babies? Okay, but that... Never mind, you're just being an idiot. Moving on. That's not the point of the question. Estes! I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We have updated your maps. Excellent. What requests do you have of our merchants? All the wood, so I don't piss the elves off. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer for your craft store ship. Also not being an idiot, joke about your memeing. Defies the point of the question. I think one of the coolest things about Dwarf Fortress, mechanically, is the fact that even though the players who play Dwarf Fortress are often very speciesist in DF, and are like, murder all the humans, murder all the goblins, murder all the elves. I think one of the coolest things about DF is the fact that none of the races are inherently programmed to be that race. So yes, the elven hierarchy are eco-terrorists that will murder everybody who chop down trees if you chop down enough trees. Yes, but elves are not inherently like that. An elf that is raised with dwarves will have the same thoughts and life goals as dwarves because they were raised with dwarves. Same with dwarves that were raised with humans. They will think like and act like humans and treat themselves as a human, like they'll shave their beards and stuff, because they were raised with humans. So it's based on culture, not based on species. So personally, I have nothing against having other species in my fort. I think it's cool. In fact, I think that is one of the things I would really like with this fort, particularly. I would love to have multiple generations of humans in this fort. Or goblins. The problem is we only had one human join the fort, and that was a long time ago. So I personally think it's fucking awesome to have other species in your fort. Problem is most people are unfortunately not skilled enough at the game to properly manage it. Things like managing clothing for humans can be tedious. Things like managing the needs of a goblin can be tedious because they don't have the same moods as dwarves. And because people have a hard time managing dwarves' happiness, and dwarven happiness is very easy to manage, but a lot of people have a hard time with it. It's even harder with the other species, honestly, especially when you have a combination of the other species. I do get very tired of people being incredibly racist in DF, and I'll joke along with it. Every now and again, I'll have a fort where I kind of RP that and avoid trading with people. Also, Clino, if you missed it, over on the Discord, there's a link to the Google Doc that Stone's keeping. So there's that for one of the factions. So yeah, I think that the players of DF kind of ruin it a bit, but What's up, Cyclone? Welcome back. You wouldn't consider them to be genuine racism? All jokes are based in reality. But yes. I mean, to be clear, if I joke about people being racist in DF, I'm joking. To be clear. But it is all jokes are based in truth, right? And the thing about like you look at D&D or something like even Dragon Age, and all of those themes are based on reality. Like they're allegory for reality. So, like, let's talk about Dragon Age for a second. Elves are persecuted, right? If you play an elf, people will just be an asshole to you throughout Dragon Age 1. And that goes for other games. D&D has a lot of those themes where they just blatantly annihilate entire species because they are evil. Are they necessarily evil? Well, if you think about it real hard, probably not. You're just an asshole. Or a murder hobo, as people like to call it. And all of those themes are based on reality and actual themes that we have that are problems with our species, humankind, right? DF doesn't do that. DF is very inclusive. Like, yes, there are different factions that have different belief systems, but if somebody is raised in a faction that is similar to yours, they'll have the same belief system as you. So that's one of the reasons I like fantasy in DF more than something like D&D, because it takes those themes, and yes, occasionally you'll have a dwarf that you read their description and they sound very racist, but it takes those themes and kind of throws it on their head, right? And I like that. I think that's really interesting. It's a fun theme to play with. And if you look at it from that point of view, that, well, it's not the species that they are, but the faction that they came from, that becomes a very interesting little thought program, especially when you start getting invaded by dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, or you start a civil war. That stuff's really cool. I don't know. I just think it's fun to think about. That's all. So, no, I do get kind of annoyed at the murder all elves jokes because, well, there's a whole colony run by humans right here. They were invaded early on in this world. I guarantee you there are elves and humans living there. Those are probably some really elfy humans and some really human-y elves living there. So there's that, right? Down here, there is a dark dwarven pits, right? There's dwarves and goblins and trolls living there, which means you're probably going to either have some pretty goblin-y dwarves / some pretty dwarfy goblins. Yeah, exactly. Very much, exactly. Which is why it's kind of like a, yeah, you can shout about wanting to annihilate all elves for sure, but be careful about that, Instead of saying, let's annihilate all elves, we should say, well, obviously, we don't want to annihilate the elves. We want to annihilate the fragrant bear, which I don't actually want to do because they're lovely. But I want to annihilate these guys up here, the noiseless volcano, because they've been at war with me ever since my faction invaded them way back at the beginning, so it's probably our fault. We've been at war with them for like 100 years. They've never actually invaded us because we don't have enough dwarves for them to know that we're there. But it's as simple as caravan come. Well, maybe you should think about species in a more nuanced fashion. And then it'll make the game's lore a little bit more interesting, Like, just because there's elves on your front doorstep doesn't mean you should murder them. Maybe you need to think about what faction they came from. Maybe you should think about who they are friends with. Are they friends with your enemy, or do they just want to sell you organic wood? I mean, what's wrong with that? They're a bunch of hippies. If everything has nuance and not everything is black and white, this is good, this is evil, a nationalist perspective instead of racist. Fair enough, still freaky and conservative, but you know, as long as it makes you happy. You know, at the end of the day, I think that DF is actually a platform for some really interesting discussions in that regard. Regardless of whether or not it comes across that way or is immediately obvious, I think it is a platform for that sort of stuff, and I think that those conversations are healthy and interesting, even if at the end of the day you still line up 15 drawbridges to squish all the elves as they walk into your fortress. Frankly, more power to you if that's the way you want to play, but just realize what you're saying, you know? And this kind of goes back to other discussions I've had in the past about many games. It's like, sure, you can do the thing, just realize how it reads when you say it sometimes, and that we do joke and we do talk about, you know, murdering all the elves, and that's fine, of course. But you just play devil's advocate? No, it's totally fair. Here's the thing. It's a video game. Do you want to be fascist dwarves that want to annihilate all the elves? More power to you. But just realize that nobody likes fascists. Even if they're dwarfy. It's a video game. Enjoy your fantasy. And you're more than welcome to play devil's advocate. Hey, Peter. Up in 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Yes? Probably? I mean, dwarves are communists because they have no financial structure or pay. You know, it's just like Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings is a game with options that lets you do a lot of really, 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 really horrible things. But it knows what it's doing, and it tells you what you're doing. If you want to do that, you can. Just realize the real-life implications of what you're saying if someone takes it out of context. As a necessary evil until the deep tree parks are established, and the trick is to steal caravan every few years. RimWorld doesn't have more freedoms, Grust. That's the thing. It doesn't. RimWorld is actually more structured, geared evil. RimWorld actually gives you very few freedoms for creativity because RimWorld's options are very limited. You have to do what you have to do to survive in RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is a lot more open, so you have, like, if you want to eat people in Dwarf Fortress, you can do that. You just have to change 1 or 2 files in your raws. So does DF. DF can have cannibalism. There are a few settings you need to change, but you can do that. Dwarf Fortress is very malleable in that sense. If you want your dwarves to eat each other, you can do that. Is it morally recommended? No, but you can do that. DF is way more free and open than RimWorld ever will be. Will I call you a fucking weirdo if you do it? Yeah. But you can do it if you really want to. You used to butcher goblins? See, I don't know. Maybe you can call me an inherently good person, but I don't like that shit. I didn't like doing that shit even in RimWorld. Yeah, see, I'm talking about Fortress mode primarily, but yes, you can do a lot of fucked up things in adventure mode. You can be a cannibalistic murder hobo in adventure mode if you really want to be. Do whatever makes your little dark heart happy, frankly. I know you can as an animal person. I don't know about Dwarf, though. Chat, am I totally nuts taking DF this seriously? Honest question. Or is it like at least a respectable crazy? I hope it's at least a respectable crazy. If not, then yeah, I get it. I need to mine out these ore veins, so I'm not gonna smooth them. As a proxy for thought-provoking circumstances. Here's the thing. I also once built a religious persecution cult in DF that did nothing but expel everybody that didn't worship a particular god. It didn't work particularly well, and it ended with me drowning all my dwarves in magma. But I did it, so I'm not always good. I'm sometimes an ass. I'll be honest. Sometimes a total asshole in DF. RimWorld, on the other hand, will make enemies dig into your base. Could you imagine how unfair that would be if they could do that in DF? The enemies tunneling into your base, Quatch? I feel like I was watching somebody play with that once.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will be the blin.
Oi, what up? Apparently Cyclone was working on music. Cyclone, what music are you working on? Out of curiosity. Sorry, I was on a fucking tangent about politics and DF, but go on. Welcome back, Ryan. Apparently Cyclone's working on stuff. Cyclone's been busy. Maybe I should get Adams on to exclusively talk about politics and the implications of DF, because I'd be really curious about his opinions on that shit. One of my favorite, this shouldn't be political, but one of my favorite quotes he's made about DF was about sexuality, which is, yeah, we added asexual dwarves as a preventative measure to keep them from breeding too much. It's like, yeah, we added ace dwarves because it just seemed logical, because we needed the dwarves to stop outbreeding the other. Are still views, right? I don't know about that. Yeah, there's still views, I guess, but like, they're shitty views. How's that? It's just like dislikes are as good as likes, but they're dislikes. Went a bit too far. Yeah, we need less asexual dwarves. I'm gonna go get my sandwich. I'm hungry. I will be back in a couple of minutes. To those of you who have been hanging out today, thank you very much, seriously, for spending time in this stream. This is one of the weirdest channels you could find on Twitch, so if you enjoy the casts here, thank you. If you want to support the shit I do directly, I have a Patreon. I'm gonna go get lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Could I get a big round of beers in chat? If you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to use them to entertain everybody. Don't misbehave while I'm gone. Back in a minute. If you do misbehave, Hobo has a knife. Just saying. Okay, I'll be back.
Now, this isn't looking good. Not good at all.
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
Primeval's up, you
Yeet.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
All right. I return this sandwich. Oh, 5 minutes. I'm getting faster at this. This is good. I mean, just the fact, that necromancer experiments, which are horrible, twisted forms of living creatures mutated into something completely different, can be then taken from those mutated creature forms and integrated back into society. That's kind of wild that actually works. Like, dwarves that didn't create them can integrate those people back into society and accept it as normal is fascinating. Bro, I'm not sure what that means, CCX. And it's military time? That'll be interesting. I'm curious to see how that works out, actually. Damn, Rhinestone with the big wins. But yeah, no, I think that RP and versus actual tendencies are interesting, you know? I roleplay my dwarves based on whoever my leader is. And I need to make 3 leather armor, actually. Leather armor. And currently our leader is Hobo. Now, Hobo, his upper spine is bruised. Hobo's beliefs are pretty complicated. He has an incredibly calm demeanor, never becomes angry, finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment and harm of those around him. And he never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. He is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave his things strewn about without a complete care. He is bashful and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, doesn't handle stress well, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He rarely feels discouraged and is somewhat uncomfortable around those who live differently or appear different. So probably wouldn't want any elves or goblins living in the fort or humans, but is fine with them. He whispers when he's thinking hard about something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He is a hardened individual. This dwarf was purple stressed for a bit. So as stressed as you can get without going completely insane. And I managed to recover him, which many players would have just thrown him out. Like, he was throwing tantrums, breaking shit, doing all that stuff. I managed to completely recover him. Popping by for a beer after years of being the ultimate evil? No, totally. I don't know. I kind of like the thought of necromancers just being normal-ass dwarves with weird hobbies, but, like, at the same time, if they... Oh, wait, what? I'm firing catapults? Which one of my catapults are still being used? What? I kind of get it if that gets changed, because it is a little odd. Because we do need a evil, right? And, you know, the evil wizard trope is a fun one. That being said, Dwarf Fortress does a lot of subverting tropes, so I think it would be really interesting if it just depends on what, like, culture that necromancer comes from. I would love to see something like that. But I also like that DF is just a game with layers, you know? Like, if you just want it to be all about murder the goblins, kill the elves, set the humans on fire, and make dwarf supremacy, all hail Armok. If you want to do that, you can do that, right? And if you want to play it more like I do, where it's more of a faction versus faction, civilization versus civilization, trying to keep things peaceful, when stuff collapses, then you go to war, that kind of stuff. War is a last resort, unless you just happen to have a leader who believes that war is a useful means to the end and completely unavoidable. Definitely possible. But it's purposefully uncomfortable. Wait, all of them are? Because I see 1, 2, 3, 4 games here. Oh, I see. Broken Bottle. A game about alcoholism and brutality in a post-apocalyptic world. The 7-day roguelike challenge is 2011, but has been updated a little since. Game is story-focused. Wow. Yeah, that does sound like it's literally about a murder hobo. And it should be based on leaders, right? 48 currently, unless somebody died while I was away. 48, yeah. Early winter. We're about to hit year 100, though. Chat, what should we do when we hit year 100? Party like it's 1999. Raise a goblin kid away from the demon leader of their civ, and they turn out fine, and that's pretty cool. And life affirming, zombies with opposed to life tag. I mean, they're zombies, though. They're zombies. Zombies are mindless, bleh, eat things. They don't have humanity or intelligence, right? They're just zombies. So, demand tribute. Send out demands for more tribute. I mean, I could. And Stone's like, no, please, not more tribute. Okay, part of me is tempted to just demand tribute from every town, but then I know Stone might have like a brain aneurysm, so. Cloth? Cloth dress, 50. Cloth shirt, 50. Cloth tunic, 50. Cloth vest, 50. Cloth cloak, 50. Cloth You know, Gimper, that is the first time I've ever seen that notification. You are the first person to gift a multi-month sub in this channel. Thank you for gifting 3 months of sub to your wife. Cheers. What was the last one I did? I forgot. Trousers? Yay, I was right. Cloth glove, 50. Cloth mitten, 50. Cloth cap, 50. Cloth hood, 50. Cloth sock, 50. Cloth... I should macro this. Yes and yes, Jack. I have both of those. And I also have a fucking terracotta army, so... Like, that's my treasure room. Although I'm working on a fancier one. Oh, speaking of treasure. Silver coin. Forgot to do that last year. And, that's my throne room. Over there on the right here. This is throne room. Complete with an artifact lever. That'll do something at some point. I don't know what yet. Although I don't have royalty because a child killed them. And just not eat out for a few days. I mean, I probably would have gifted her a few months. But thank you. Cheers, man. I'm actually really curious about if that comes in all at once or not, because I've never had anybody gift a multi-month sub. Like, do I get it all at once, or does it come in one at a time? Like, I actually don't know. So that'll be kind of neat to see. Because no one has ever gifted a sub before. Or gifted multiple subs. Or multi-month subs, that's the word. Well, that's interesting. On the leaderboard, it counts as 3. Unless you've... I don't think you'd gifted 2 already this month. That is interesting. Regardless, cheers. Thank you, Gimper. You've not seen the option before? It's pretty recent. They added it like 2 months ago, I think. I want to say it was like August, like late August or September that they added it. It's pretty recent. We haven't gifted subs this month? Yeah, so it counts as 3 on the leaderboard, which is interesting. Yeah, I guess it must count them all at once then. Fascinating. There was a park or a tree farm. You like making open areas irrigated? So I tried to do that. This area is open and irrigated. It's all like this. It can see the sky, but nothing grew there. Like I let it sit for a long ass time, and like there's snow here. It's being reached by the surface, but because I don't have access to the caverns, nothing grows. So I don't know. I've tried on multiple occasions to make a park or tree farm, but like I can't do that because I don't have access to the caverns yet. Maybe if I dug down to the caverns, I could. But it doesn't seem to work. I wasn't staring at my sub points. I assume not. It doesn't look like it, no. Yeah, it looks like I just got 1 sub point. So it probably just gives me plus 1 sub points for the next 3 months, I'd assume. So not exactly optimal for gifting or for unlocking emotes. Which we won't be doing anytime soon. Like last time we unlocked emotes was February? Because we were still riding on the high from New Year's. Although if we unlocked emotes, I'd add in the saluting dwarf, but we'd need 700 sub points for that, and we're at 350. 355 specifically. Yeah, no, I know that, but I wanted it to get grass so I could get above ground trees, but... No! It's not a mountain or a lifeless biome. It's in a tree-filled biome. This is a tree-filled biome right here. I can't select. This is a tree-filled biome right here. It's this biome. Because this biome comes down here and goes like this. I mean, maybe I could try doing another one up here, but no, I've never bothered with that. Just never needed to. I've been importing wood, which is how I have, like, tower cap stuff. This stuff. The rest of the stuff I just chop down. It's been kind of odd, I'm not going to lie. But I also don't really worry about it much. Befit Zero, how's you? It is good to see you. Also wildcrafted? The funky word. Not ketchup? Camper? I like doing half and half biomes so I don't have to stare at one biome the whole time. That are like thirds biomes. I like finding multi-biome areas. Actually, system might be my favorite.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
That is more timeless than Honk. How's Sparkly doing? Sparkly was also super stressed for a while. Nice to see Sparkly kind of coming to. And it really was a Unix system, and she
See how
did
he
know
bites
this.
off the shell to get at the nut?
That one's also pretty good. Nut's pretty good. See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut? Classic. Yeah, I know. We've been over that before. It's one of those people, it's one of people's favorite Jeopardy things.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Yeah, we know. That was like one of the first things that was posted in my chat today. Didn't know who it was because I've never actually seen Jeopardy. True story. I didn't grow up with cable TV, and I've literally never seen an episode of Jeopardy in my entire life. I know the theme song, and I've seen a few clips, but I've never actually watched Jeopardy. I have, however, watched... Wheel of Fortune? Is that the one where they spin the thing and spell the words? Psycon, what's up? How's things? I hope you're doing well. Also, upon research, he died of cancer, so it's like, it sucks, but it's one of those I saw it coming situations. I've never seen Happy Gilmore. So, I see you, and I raise you. I haven't seen that either. Much better than today than last Thursday? That's good to hear. What, ouch that I've never seen Happy Gilmore? Apologies that I didn't have the same upbringing as you. Or was just pumping these out, man. I love how, I love the fact that all of my dwarves are just amazingly agile and unbelievably strong.
Hello, fellow humans.
Hello, fellow human. How are you? Thank you very much for the 26 months! Mad lad. Me being cut off from my Canadian heritage like that? I mean... So? Why is it your place to tell me what Canadian heritage is and is not important? TBH, I didn't even know that. It's more than 6, that's for sure. 20 more to be in fact. It's one for every year that I am old. I don't know. I never had TV growing up, so I never would have watched game shows. I've literally never lived in a house that's had cable. Not entirely true, because I halfway lived with my ex for a bit, and they had cable. And it was always turned on, and it drove me bonkers, but... I've never lived in a house for an extended period of time that's had cable television. Or television of any kind. And you're sad for thinking that my life is sad. Nah. For 2 months? Why? Like, did you have it for like January, February, and then you canceled it? I don't know. I've never seen the point of cable. Like, the only thing I would watch on cable is F1, and F1 TV exists. So, like... okay. Had TV, not much else? Gotcha. Yeah, no, that was similar to me and when I lived with my ex for a minute. Like, between Netflix and Amazon Prime, I never need that shit. Been wonderful. Should have done it earlier. I deleted Facebook this year, and it's been wonderful. It's funny, because, like, as a content creator, I'm supposed to have a Facebook page, an Instagram, Snapchat, and all that shit, and I'm just like, you know what? Fuck all that garbage. I'll have Twitter and use it sometimes. That's about it. You've not used your Facebook in like 5 years? You should download all your photos and delete it. You've had cable several times when you moved into an apartment back in the day. I'd always hook up cable immediately, and about half the time the prior tenant's service hadn't been canceled yet. Oh, really? That's kind of funny. See, that I can understand. That's just being smart. Any thoughts on your updated DF photos? Have you posted more? I need to make that video. I'd like one with a north-facing wall similar to this tile set. Like, if you could mock up that would be really helpful. I was gonna do that video yesterday, and then I slept for 18 hours, so I didn't. But I do need to do something like that. I still uses it for stuff. What, cable or Facebook? I used Facebook up until my ex left me. And the reason I did was because all of her friends communicated exclusively through Facebook Messenger. So I kept it around for that reason. And I just kind of had like this dumb excuse in my head that I needed it. North-facing wall, yeah. Because that's the one that bothers me, not the south-facing wall. South-facing wall, I'm fine with just being a sheer edge. It's the north-facing wall that I want some depth. Because that's the way, like, all tile sets I'm used to looking at look. Versus the Steam one where it's like, that. But I really like the way the ramps look, the kind of halfway ramps. Instead of the whole tile. I really like that. But yeah, no, good job, Brosifer. Like, the thing that's really, like, made me, that pushed me over the edge recently, actually, was, oddly enough, a service I don't even fucking use, which was Oculus, forcing everybody to have a Facebook account in order to use Oculus stuff. And get this is my favorite part about it. If you have an Oculus Rift, right, or an Oculus Go, or an Oculus Quest, or any of the Oculus systems, I think we're about to hit year 95, year 100. Neither was I, Rosifer. Neither was I. It needs shading desperately, and a line on the end of it or something to make it look like a complete bridge. There we go. We've hit year 100. We're now 9.5% done. $3:21 p.m. 2020-11/8. We hit year 100. Now's where you all cheer 100 bits, right? No. All right, let's see what the humans also. Coin, silver, 10. Actually, you know what we should do? Coin, black bronze, 10. Also do 10 of those. Let me at least get a round of beers, though. Because we hit 100 years. Next second. The real celebration should be year 105, because that'll be year 100 of the fort. You weren't on stream for the century? Wait, what? Has it been that long since you've watched? The Group of Alchemy. Now that's $3. That's for your 300. You should save them. Thank you. for the $3. Cheers, man. Ooh, they brought more. They brought us an anvil. Oh, nice. Very thoughtful. Some llama wool yarn, some sand, a rope reed bag, and 5 donkey sweetbread. How kind of them. But thanks for the $3, Icon. Cheers. $4, actually. $5. Cheers, man. I need more coffee. This is a travesty. So I'm screenshotting after this. Gotcha. I do have some stuff to do today, so it won't be a super long stream tonight. And if any of you were expecting it, there probably won't be a late night stream tonight. Might try and do one of those tomorrow, though. All right. Nice, easy tribute, though. And you know what? Let's make 5 black bronze statues. And we'll make them in the same design as the rest of our terracotta army. Commemorate us hitting year 100. Also, if I take a quick peek at the world, the goblins have expanded. That's new. They're all the way back out to there now. I'm pretty sure that's new. Dwarves up north haven't. Elves haven't. Humans haven't. Also, something that's kind of interesting is the humans down here might be expanding, but we just don't know because we don't get diplomats from them. No, but I think it affects speed at which they craft. Rosifer? I know that they can get happy thoughts if it's a high quality anvil. They can be happy being near fancy anvils. Thanks for the 25 cents. Big. Time window's still open for a hype train. You know. I should stop pushing my luck and just say thanks for the bits. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that stuff have use again, too. Ananda, I'm fully there with you, but even if they don't, I won't mind too much. Stray dog has been missing for a week. Oh no, a dog must have passed away. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. Once again, very consistent this year. The elves are back to trade again. Oh shit, I need spears. Steel spear, 1. Yeah, no, I would love coins to have an actual use. I would love that. I could also start trading coin. Uh-oh, something's causing frames. Get a little laggy. What's going on? Something going on. Trailer for EVE Online. Advertisement on YouTube. What is... I wonder if we'll ever see ads for Dwarf Fortress. For some reason, I kind of doubt it. But I wonder. I do actually wonder. We need to sell these. I'll bet you they would appreciate this sweetbread the humans just brought us, as well as a bunch of these pots of meat. Also totally bring them some plant pots. That being said, they don't actually have that much strength, and this stuff's kind of heavy, so. Because they don't bring wagons, they just bring little horse and buggies. 10 secrets about how the elves grow stuff with wood. Reason 6 will offend you and disgust you. I'm glad things are doing better, by the way, Psychon. Been a rough year for everybody. You know? Those frickin' buzzards are just dive bombing my dwarves. Bastards. Pink Fluffy. Ooh. Ooh. Where did that come from? Also, supposedly you started a fist fight? Not with my dwarves, I hope. Hopefully it was with a buzzard. Because that's totally acceptable. The thing that I'm waiting to have happen is I'm waiting for my king to just randomly keel over and die. Also, chat, can I get a proper round of beers for Psychon sharing those bits? 'Cause that's $5. Nothing to scoff at. $5 is $5. Don't know why the frames are suddenly lagging so much, but see, they brought a badger boar and a wren. Appears to be it. Buy the pecans and the ginkgo seeds and the plums. Buy the fresh vegetables off of them. Every 100 years? We got more than a statue every 100 years. Besides, we have 5 more years until we actually hit 100 years. And I'm making 5 black bronze statues to commemorate it. Tsunami of what? I'm confused by this tsunami comment. Are you talking about the frame lag? No, the frame lag is just happening because of the buzzards that are attacking us. Shallow joke? No, it's a very deep joke because tsunamis are deep. Also, look at all these animals that I need to train. I have no idea, to be totally honest with you, how long clothes last for. Because I think it also, like, if they get into fights with animals and such, it can cause their clothing to go bad quicker, so I genuinely have no idea. I usually start to have to make new clothes at around year 3 or 4. 'Cause that's around the point where they start to get bad. But I usually make them a full new set of clothing once a year or so. And the clothes get moved out of their bedrooms when they die. So... and we just kind of sell off all of the clothing occasionally. Dwarves that aren't greedy won't keep their clothing claimed. They'll just kind of leave it somewhere, and then other dwarves can go grab it, so then it just kind of gets put away eventually, and then we just sell it. Dwarves don't care if they claimed an item that you sell. At least, if they complain, they don't complain loudly. Captain the Guard, Pink Fluffy, is fighting. Actually, I wonder if Pink Fluffy committed crimes, but no one can report them because he's Captain of the Guard. It's possible. Very much possible. Get the Eternal Guard training. You know, Polking, let's put you into the Eternal Guard. Give you a squad upgrade. Same with you, Omni. We'll also put you into the Eternal Guard. Which means they get to go get weapons. I mean, you can lock them in a room. You can make them go make their own fort. You can turn them into a military dwarf and send them off to take over whole fortresses by themselves. But you have to be careful, because if they get elected as mayor, then you'll have to actually let them out so that they can do the trading stuff, because the mayor does the trading stuff. So if they end up in royalty or in some position of power in your fortress, that can cause some serious problems, Brosiver. Like if they get elected as your mayor and then the outpost liaison shows up, you won't actually be able to trade. Well, you can, but you won't actually be able to request new items, which will decrease the relations with your home faction. And the outpost liaison will never leave until they eventually go nuts and die. So I generally just kind of put them to death in a creative way when I get vampires, because almost always I find they get elected as mayor immediately. But if they're not elected to mayor, I'll usually put them in a fortress, in a room by themselves, and just make them go make their own fortress. Like, quite literally. Like, dig down to the cavern layer by themselves, do all the different jobs. I'll give them a pick or something and let them basically run a solo fortress, which is kind of fun. I quite like doing that. And then that way you can also get them making their own paper industry, and then they can go write their own books, which is fun. Yeah, that's kind of what I do with vampires usually. You're going to send him off on raids and try and collect loot. You're going to have to be very careful when he comes back, because the first thing he'll do, if there's a dwarf that's sleeping and he wants to eat a dwarf, the first thing the vampire will do is it will beeline directly for that dwarf. So even if you immediately send him out on another raid, he's going to do that first, because that's their highest priority. Their highest priority is to go murder a dwarf in their sleep. So, and drain them of blood. So if you happen to have something like that, like a vampire, just make sure that when they come back, you immediately jump to them and follow them. So you have to be kind of on top of that shit. You have to be kind of on top of that shit for right when it goes off. Otherwise, you will end up with very upset dwarves because, you know, once every couple of months, a dwarf's going to end up dead. And usually when they come back from a raid, they're immediately going to want to. So just make sure you have doors in all your bedrooms. Figure out which door he's going for, and before he gets inside the room, lock the door by doing this. And then he'll cancel the job, and if you've already sent him out for another raid, he'll go out and do the raid instead of murdering the dwarf. So you'll have to, like, micromanage it, but you can certainly do it. You can certainly do it. You just need to micromanage it. Also, they won't be that effective at collecting loot because they'll literally be collecting loot by themselves. So keep that in mind as well. Chat, what do you like to do with your vampires? I think that the most common one that I see is the lever bot. Just like make them pull levers. I need to pull this dwarf out of the military. Just like put him alone in a room with a spear and just let him train by himself for like 100 years. Maybe not 100 years, but for like a long, long time. And then send him out to go after a goblin fortress with 1,000 population and tell him to raise it and see how he does. That's always fun because they're technically undead. They never go insane. My problem with bookkeeping is they'll eventually build up enough bookkeeping related skills to just be elected mayor. But yeah, you can do that too. I'm trying to babysit this dwarf. You want to wander. Dwarf didn't like being in the military at all. Bridge testing? Mm-hmm. That works. Or address getting. Just send them to go attempt to raise a bunch of baddie places until they die. Yeah, just once, as I said earlier, make sure they don't get elected mayor. If they get elected mayor, you're going to have problems. This is our whiniest dwarf right now, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye on them. There they go. I have to go make charcoal. Gotta love this dwarf hobo. Delighted being near a waterfall. How old do we think that hobo's gonna live? He's 161 years old. 161 years old. The oldest dwarves can really live to is about 170. This dwarf is really long-lived. Hobo the Lord. 161 years old. Arrived on the 4th of Sandstone in the year 50. Has been here for 50 years. I can't, Clutch. That is, I don't know. That shit's just fast. Like, mind-boggling to me. How long was your record duration of a fort before this run? I think 30 years? I think 30. It's close to 30. I don't know the exact date, but close to 30. I want to say like Frost learned the artificial plane, which was a glacier fort I did, was close to that. It was like 28 or something. Yeah, no, this fort's probably longer than the vast majority of forts ever already. What's up, Tommy? Kangaroo buck has been slaughtered. Oh, bloody well time. No way in hell I'm out of plant cloth. Also, why did I start at the bottom? Oh no, okay. I am actually kind of low on plant cloth. Well, there you go. Fascinating. I do have more pigtail seeds than I know what to do with, though. I'm gonna turn off job cancellations for a little bit. Oh no! Pink Fluffy is stumbling around obliviously. All right, well, it's time for a new captain of the guard. Could make it Pablo. Pablo would fit the job. You know what? We'll make it King. King, you can have the new job. King can be the captain of slapping people. Hopefully. Pink Fluffy snaps out of it and comes back to the realms of the living. It's been a little bit since I had a dwarf go crazy. Also, I wonder if they've written any new books. This is a new one. More Glue, written by Branderbuddy. It concerns the preparation and use of adhesive materials. The writing takes frequent interesting tangents, and it contains some asides related to the author's preferences. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. I appreciate that book. I'm hoping we'll see this dwarf snap out of it. But I'm not super hopeful here. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Something that I need to work on is these walkways. Let's work on that. I think those are all the same color. They should be. Yes, they're all the same color. Excellent. You might have had enough to do that, Batomi? You might have had enough. I always advise people check their ticket totals first, but... a lot of people just don't bother. A lot of dwarves working on the charcoal. Seeing cloth stuff get done again. Hi, new. I'm still streamer. It's all good, though. Everybody's new until they're not. Everybody was new once. I remember when B-Lug was new. Now B-Lug has 3,776 hours, which hurts my brain when I think about how much time that is. You were new once, and then you took an arrow to the knee, right, Hobo? God, so many fucking hours, man. Oh, that's a lot of hours for you. Yeah. I wonder how many hours I have on Bellinair's stream, because currently I have 1.1 million channel points on his stream. Like... I know Bellinair has, or has still, I think, a ludicrous number of hours on my stream because he just leaves himself in my chat, or left himself in my chat as a, like, in his IRC client for, like, 2 years. So for a while there, had a dumb number of hours. I need to get rid of this buzzard right there. How you doing though, Suey? Hopefully you weren't too hungover when you woke up. Pink Fluffy has come to. You retired yesterday? Yeah. I mean, I've slept for 34 out of the last 48 hours. Well, up until I woke up this morning. I did the math. I slept for about 34 out of 48 hours. Yeah, right? You slept like 10 hours? Good stuff. Sleeping is good. Uh-oh. I do have a disorderly conduct report. I'm going to interrogate. Okay, I'm not going to convict a dead buzzard. Going to interrogate Pink Fluffy too. Did I even set that to go? Yeah, there you go. Interview scheduled. Okay. Now I should be able to follow King, wherever the heck King is. Oh, there he is. This King is going to do the stuffs. What's going on? What, crazy? Yes, you still exist. Your dwarf's had many children, too. Your dwarf's been a very important dwarf in the fort, because not many of the dwarfs have been having kids. And dwarfs having kids is very important in this fort. Your official title. The captain of the guard has gone nuts a little bit. Bones. So we're trying to keep him alive. Also, Bones, just because your dwarf went batshit nuts and got expelled doesn't mean your dwarf is dead. You want to know why? Because recently we got some news that one of the local Helixes got a new mayor, and that new mayor was MM, called for Manufacturing Monkeys. Also, hey, Loopdo, hope you're doing well. Manufacturing Monkeys was a dwarf in this fortress who got expelled for tantruming and being a little shit. So rather than, you know, wait for him to continue tantruming, we expelled him. Well, apparently now he's the mayor of this Helix, Veiled Clasp, which is interesting. So, I'm waiting for, like, your dwarf to show up as, like, a general or something. Plotting revenge? I hope so. Called the Disorderly Conductors? I mean, that sounds dwarfy enough to me. I'd ship it. I'd roll with that theory. I like that headcanon. That cannon, menaces with spikes of something, that's for sure. Uh-oh. We got some stank in the dining room. There we go. Interrogate Pink Fluffy. That's... Can you not interrogate him if he's gone insane? Currently insane. Oh, there we go. Snapped out of it. Perfect. Interrogate him. Imagine getting interrogated in your old office. Met with the subject, made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject confessed to disorderly conduct. Got him. I've figured he committed the disorderly conduct while he was still captain of the guard. Thus, he wouldn't convict himself of a crime. Why did you store your MR2? For the winter? Are worn socks a source of miasma? Is that a serious question? TLDR, no. But pig guts are. Okay, so Pink Fluffy has been convicted of disorderly conduct. Fair enough, Squug. Should move to Vancouver. You still need to store it, but wouldn't need to store it as much. The traders have arrived to trade. Oh boy, he's getting a beating. And he's dead. Well, Pink Fluffy, you were a good dwarf. You didn't need to be sentenced to death, but it's for the best. Best of all of the dwarves in the fort. What's not very happy? Getting murdered? Yeah, I agree with that. What a crime to confess to. Yeah. Yeah. Nope. Free dwarves get named in seconds, but it's been a while since you've been in the fort, so I'd be totally down to bring you in for another round. It was like almost 20°C. Wow. That is warm. We haven't been that warm in weeks. Months, maybe even over a month now. We've been like nice weather, like clear, but like cold. Hopefully you don't die this time. I hope you die, just not as, you know, dramatically. Hey, Jess, how's things? Now you just need a 1 in front of that, and it'll be good hours. One 337 is good hours. I like those out. 337 is It's just eat instead of leet. It's very good for reminding you to go get lunch, though. Cilantro is like, I'm winning. Both tickets and hours. And pog, mate. Trader is requested at depot. Come on. Dwarf, get over here. You lazy duts. Ooh! Another human caravan has arrived. Both of the human caravans decided to trade this year. Oh, good. Yes, you did, Ryan. I even congratulated you on it, but I guess you must have already been a... Speaking of Ryan, new public episode of Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs is now live. Which is a podcast that's mostly about music these days that me and Ryan do. Sometimes we talk about movies, sometimes it's mostly just about media, but sometimes we talk about movies, sometimes we talk about music. A lot of music, though. If you like listening to me ramble about music and want to listen to me ramble with Ryan about music, it's a perfectly good place to do that. You can put it on any podcast platform of your choice. It's on Spotify and Podbean. But with the power of Podbean, you can put it anywhere you want. I'm gonna buy some cheese from these peoples. Sometimes you're actually coherent. Other times you just sound really baked. I did actually have some feedback on the show once, Ryan, that a person liked how high you sound. I don't know is intentional, but like... Like, I don't know if Rhinestone's just really baked all the time, but I like how high he sounds. Speaking of being baked, how excited are you for Arizona legal weed? You just have that perma-stone sound? Yeah, and that you're like kind of slow on your speech sometimes. Like you're not you're not like me. Like I sound like I'm on speed on a good day, or at least very over-caffeinated. Whereas you talk really slowly, and that doesn't help. So like the contrast of me versus you at the speed at which we talk is like kind of nuts. Like it's almost comical sometimes when I'm editing it. How fast I talk versus how slow you talk. Hey, you know, as long as people are getting something out of our show, right? Man, it's fun to be able to trade with both of the human factions for once. Yeah, I want to do that next year. That's something I want to do next year. As I've been practicing, well, I realize that cultivating marijuana plants is way harder than Just make sure Pink Fluffy's corpse got buried. Is way harder than, or cannabis rather, way harder than what I grew this year, but I feel like it would be a fun challenge. I didn't realize you had a stutter. Also, somebody's goose is getting buried. You would have a large garden? I can only have up to 2 plants here. So it's not that much that I'm legally allowed to have. Yeah, every now and again it kicks in. Hey, if anything, maybe the podcast is good practice for that, you know? What did that say? Oh, pick rack. I read that as Patrick. It's like I legit like was slowly reading the different masterpiece items, and I saw diorite figurine Patrick, and I was like, what? Pick rack, totally different than Patrick. Also, Gimper, I can confirm I get paid for 1 month of the sub at a time. So I got the payment for 1 sub under the multi-month gifted sub. So I'm assuming on the 8th of next month, I'll get another payment for the multi-gift sub. That's interesting. Also, for whatever reason, I got 7 cents more than a Prime sub. Fascinating. I wonder why that is. I don't know if Gimper's still listening, but those multi-month gifted subs are fascinating to me. This game back? Good to know. Well, now we know how multi-month gifted subs work. If Gimper is still listening. There you go. Well, perfect timing. So yeah, looks like I get the payment for 1 sub 1 time per month, which is interesting, like I said. I think I actually like the multi-month gifted subs more than mass subs. I'm not gonna lie. Because you can like pick one person and be like, yo, you're subbed for 3 months. I might actually do that as celebration things. God, all these dwarves are so busy. Sub for 3 years. Maybe not a random person. Pick someone who actually deserves it, who lurks a lot or something. But sure. I'm not certain I would recommend that personally. That seems a bit extreme, but... I mean, I went into a friend of mine's stream, Russ Money, relatively recently. An interesting place to be pondering dictionaries in a craft store shop. Anyway, I went into his stream and somebody in the chat piped up, "Partner? VIP? Not subscribed? Let me fix this," and gifted me a year subscription to it. And it's kind of wild just being like, well, I have a year's subscription to this channel, so I guess I can, like, do that for a year. So many crafts are... I mean... There we go. Took me a second to prep that, but... Although that's not the best, like, full thing I have. The best combo I have... is this one. That's the best dumb combo that I have. Busted makes me feel good. I still have Cody's. I'm just not gonna bother trying to put that into my chat because I'd need a fucking macro to do that. It's ridiculously long. I mean, you gotta give him a door out, okay? If you're gonna do that to Tommy, be like, at the very least, give him a door. You know, if you're gonna trap poor Tommy in a box, at least give him an exit, okay? Holy shit, that's a lot of piglets. Alter Ego knows what the fuck's up. That's what I'm talking about. Can he get it done, though? Or is somebody going to fucking debate it? Come on. Can do it. Perfect. Beautiful. Absolutely fucking glorious. Although, ironically, my bot broke it. Oh, no, my bot figured it out. Yeah, there we go. Can I get a round of applause for the god himself? Sucks nowadays? Yeah. Beelag hasn't given him a door? God damn it. Are you, like, saving RPG bits? Next time Cody comes into my channel again, I'm gifting him a sub. It's been a while since I've been graced with the presence of Cody. Dwarf cleaning. I love how my fucking god lord himself, one of the oldest dwarves in the fort, is just cleaning up vomit. If you don't give your Tommy chin scratches, he'll get sad. Oh, you're giving them as they come? Ah, okay. I know I just got 100 to come in at some point, so... means at some point I'll get to go throw 100 bits at Bellinair. I'm almost at a red badge on Bellinair's channel, and that's only from TwitchCon bits and ad bits and RPG bits, which is kind of cool. Because at previous TwitchCons, there are like weird mini games you can play on the floor that let you win bits. It's kind of weird, but also kind of awesome. Kind of, yeah. One free American Doll hair. It's a one free Barbie hair. Felt caring? So, this is fucked up, right? But having dwarves that are permanently mentally broken, that just live in your prison permanently chained up, is a mental positive for your other dwarves, because they get thoughts like felt caring after giving somebody water and caring after giving somebody food. That is messed up, but I kind of love it. It's like one dwarf being a totally broken mentally destroyed, living in a mental ward in a dwarven fortress is actually a positive for your other dwarves. Which is fucking amazing. And I fucking love it. You were looking at the wallet the other day. Looks like I'm the only one you've ever given bits to. Well, I thank you. Like, that's just wild to me. You're 500 bits, Ryan, off of being the number 2 highest cheerer of all time. Or, no, number 3 highest cheerer of all time. You're 500 bits off. Because, or actually, you could tell me how many you're off, because the 3rd highest cheerer of all times cheered $600 on the dot in bits. He did it in 2 days, too. $500 in one day and then $100 the next. I can shut my brain off for a minute. Literally, because I have some leftover bits in my account. Uh-huh. I don't think I've seen the guy since. It's one of those elusive Battletech viewers. You do like the orange? 600 isn't a change, though. 750 is the next badge, which is the green one. But, you know, you do you. 7 hours and 12 minutes and 2 seconds. Also, you could also totally do what Animal does, which is you can manually change your bit badge. So he has the, like, yellow and red one, right? But he sets it to the blue one, so it matches his name color. It's funny. Just gives you vanity options. Big barley. Season. Late summer, year 100. That combo works too well, Squug. It's actually kind of scary. Hopefully you're doing well, by the way, Joopy. Now I'm slightly matching. Yes, now you're matching, yeah. Is this a better gradient of batches? I mean, it doesn't work into the oranges nicely. Yeah, I like the way the first badge blends in with the blue. The first badge into the blue looks really nice. Also, Ryan, I like the way the pink badge matches the sombrero. Just saying. Oh, hello, Deathy boy. Found my YouTube a week ago. Cheers. What's going on with the fort? This is a fort of, like, mundane longevity. So we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. We actually just hit year 100, which means we're 95 years into this fortress. This is Longdeath Millennium. We've kept this fort alive for 95 years now, which means it's probably older than most forts in DF will ever be and have ever been. And the whole point is to just keep it alive as long as possible. So we're trading with everybody. Mundane, look at the river? What do you mean, look at what river? I don't know what you're talking about. Look at the kitchen. It's full of miasma, but that's pretty standard for any kitchen. Look at the vomit all over the tavern floor. Pretty standard as well for a lot of taverns. But yeah, no, this fort's all about just keeping things alive. And, you know, building little mazes. Little mazes. And other things. Been a good fort. But thanks for stumbling over into the realms of Twitch from the realm of YouTube. A lot of people in the realms of YouTube are scared of the realms of Twitch. Live streams are scary, I'm told. I'm actually not joking. There was one person once who came over and said, I'm gonna Prime sub, but I'm not gonna watch because live streams are scary and I'm shy. And I'm like, oh, okay. And since then, they've Prime subbed when I've been offline. So, you know, more power to them. If that's what you want to do. I don't mind. Money is money. Although if you think live streams are scary, you should support on Patreon, because then you don't even need to worry about coming over here. Hide entirely. How many dwarves do we have? 47. We had 48, but one of them kind of just got like his head caved in by my hammer dwarf. It's fine. Need to make some block. Block. Rock. 1,000. Could make diorite, but let's go with nice. Working all that nice. Ryan is in save the titties mode, I think. That's pink, right? That or like PAX pink party mode, one of the two. Still waiting on all that plant cloth. What's Cryo doing? A while since I've checked in on you. Pretty good in general. You want abstract thinking, though? Well, we'll be a scholar for a little bit then. You will never give up your orange? I mean, good thing you don't have to. Kind of wish that you could recolor the first badge. Like, imagine if you could recolor the first badge to match your name. You got VIP, so you had to. I mean, so did Cyclone. Cyclone's one of the few people who's old enough in this chat to remember what ZC please means and also still watches the stream. And again, I should probably VIP Squug too while I'm at it. But then again, half the chat will be VIPs by the time I finish doing this. No, ZC, please. ZZ, please. Early autumn. Annual tributes have arrived. Fave metal band? That's like asking... That's way too broad a question. Because, like, you could say fave happy metal band? Fave mad metal band? Fave death metal band? Fave post-rock metal band? Fave math rock band? Fave degent band? Like, there's too many, and they're all so different. Favorite genre? Oh, God, that's even worse. Like, favorite power metal? Probably Sabaton. Favorite degent / math? Probably Animals as Leaders or Chon. Although they're not really metal. Favorite death metal? Probably Cannibal Corpse. Favorite thrash? Probably Havoc or Creator. Favorite, like, new metal stuff, because they're kind of new metal now, would probably be In Flames. Classic would probably be Iron Maiden. You're killing me here. Favorite, like, popular metal band from when I was first getting into metal, probably System of a Down or Slipknot. Limp Bizkit. No, it's definitely dope, actually. Like if we're talking like that level of new metal, probably dope. Because I'm sorry, but bitch still fucking slaps, okay? I was actually unironically listening to Dope last night. I don't mind Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit's fine, but sorry, they ain't got shit. Oh, favorite stoner? That's a toughie. Well, I could say favorite grunge is probably, favorite grunge would probably be Puta Volcano. Favorite stoner would probably be, it's a pretty close tie, actually, between Weedpecker and Sergeant Thunderhoof, but Weedpecker is technically a side project of another band's guitarist, so I would say Sergeant Thunderhoof because they're a main project. He's a lyrical genius? Yes, chocolate starfish and hot dog flavored water. And he also quit streaming on Twitch because he got harassed too much. Okay, what am I missing? What's a name a genre, chat, and I'll shout out my favorite band from that genre. Holy shit, that's a lot of stuff. Including an earthenware agua. Grindcore? Diarrhea Planet. Probably. Although I don't like grindcore, so. That's like what I'm pretty open about the fact that I don't like grindcore. But if I had to choose, probably Diarrhea Planet, because I've seen them live twice. And those were fun shows. I wouldn't actually listen to Diarrhea Planet. Epic Story Metal? The fuck's Epic Story Metal? You hate that Diarrhea Planet exists? I hate that grindcore exists in general, actually. Can we check your dwarf? Ah, there you are. I was like, weren't you a child? You're pretty happy when playing Maple Leaf. You were retching in miasma, probably from the kitchen. Personally find following tradition of foolish and limiting, and believe that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. My favorite folk? Are we talking folk? Like folk or folk metal? Also, what kind of folk? Oh, actually, yeah, I'd probably say Cattle Decapitation. But Cattle Decap is more like just death metal, right? Than grind. Prog metal? My favorite prog metal band? Devin Townsend or Dream Theater? Probably. Currently, probably Devin. I fucking love Devi. But prog is way too broad, I agree. Favorite noise? Thunderbolt? Lightning bolt, not Thunderbolt, I'm an idiot. Lightning bolt. Closely followed by 68. Met Devin 3 times. I've seen him twice. Although I've only ever seen him on acoustic tours, which makes me sad. He lives like 30 minutes from me. Fucking love 68. Oh my god. Yeah, no, he lives up in New West, and he's close to the train as far as I know. It's actually really funny. The last time I saw him, he's like, he got on stage at the Commodore Ballroom, which is one of our Vancouver, one of our Vancouver venues. And he's like, "Hi, I'm Devi. I'm from here. I know a lot of you are here to see me, but would you be amazed that I took the SkyTrain to get here? Yeah, I took public transit. No one recognized me on public transit. You guys suck." Also, he took public transit to his own fucking show. He's like, yeah, all my shit was here already, and I slept at home, and I live close to the train, so. Oh, I like Nails. I never really thought of Nails as grindcore. I like Nails. I like Cloud Rat, too, but I also wouldn't consider that grindcore. Of course I've heard Power Trip. Come on, please. I've seen Power Trip. R.I.P. Sad days. Great shows. Magruder Grind? Never seen Magruder Grind. Boney M? Sorry if that was too blunt. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Not familiar, Deathy Boy. No one's asked for my opinions on jazz yet, and I'm offended. Because the answer is pretty simple. Favorite jazz fusion would be... favorite jazz fusion would be Weather Report. Favorite jazz soloist would be Weather Report's bassist. Favorite... well, actually, probably Sun Ra would be my favorite soloist. Favorite modern jazz trio would probably be Mammal Hands or trying to decide. Or the Lamar organ trio. All the wood. Yeah, all the wood, so I don't have to chop it down. Well, then we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Should not exceed 4. I'm importing wood, okay? Favorite classical? What, like... Okay, hold on. Composer? Symphony? Conductor? What are we talking about here? Because favorite classical piece? Probably pictures at an exhibition. Pictures at an exhibition. Composer? Bartok, probably? Favorite modern classical composer would probably be Philip Glass. Y'all are working my brain here. I really like a lot of Russian classical music. Oh, a sludge band I really like is, favorite sludge would probably be Dope Throne. I'm not familiar with Converge at all. Is Spotify actually broken, or are you trying to ensue that I'm using Spotify right now? Because I'll have you know, Spotify icon right there, and it's not open. So I'm not just searching shit up on Spotify. Chopin's also very good. Although, I do have a very soft spot in my heart because of Gustav Holst and the Planets. Oh, you can't search Spotify, okay. Gustav Holst is... I have a very soft spot because I associate the Planets with driving back and forth on road trips as a child. Because we had that on cassette and we used to listen to it all the time. My sisters loved it. At the time, it drove me nuts because I wanted to listen to rock and roll. But, you know, I do have some... Oh, I know Space Slug. I'm well aware of Space Slug. Also, Hashtaroid. Earth on Fire. Dope Lord. Long Ripper. All that shit. Favorite OST? Movie or video game? Because movie? I'm gonna be lazy and say Blade Runner. Video game? Probably Caves of Cut. Probably. Probably. I love how diverse the music in Caves of Cut is. That being said, Abzu's soundtrack is absolutely fucking breathtaking. I don't have that on vinyl, but it's absolutely breathtaking. Also, favorite dance music band would probably be, God, there's so many crafts coming. My favorite dance music group would probably be, Boy Harsher. Giant Swan's probably up there, actually. Although, Giant Swan's almost more industrial. Like, I don't really consider them, like, dance music. Mine. I did it myself when I was 6. Dad. I'll have you know I'm a very talented kazoo player. Is very danceable? Yeah, but it's still industrial. And also, I would argue a lot of their stuff isn't that danceable. The title track, 55-Year-Old Daughter, is very danceable. The rest of it, eh. Also, no one asked about psychedelic rock, so I'll just get in front of it and say it. The psychedelic porn crumpets, closely followed by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Oh, also, Le Moody Blues. Fucking phenomenal. Nobody talks about the Moody Blues in the current year, but they're so fucking... Sad songs for sad times is your only sad music. I don't know. All right. Well, speaking of sad times, chat, I'm 7.5 hours into the stream. I normally do about 8 hours of DF a day. But I have to do some stuff for my parents tonight. Favorite 70s rock band? Oh, here's a deep cut. Probably Wicca. W-I-K-K-A. Good luck finding them. Would be favorite 70s rock. Probably Wicca. Can I wait 4 minutes till investments? Okay. Okay. I'll give you another 4 minutes. Peter needs his fix. Okay, we can wait 4 minutes. Is it actually just 4 minutes? Hold on, let me check. Three minutes and 5 seconds. But to those of you who've spent time in the stream today, big thank you. We will wait the extra few minutes so that Peter can have his investments. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna just restart the bot. Sorry about that. That's the bot restarting. No problem, Psychon. And Alive in Dreams. If you like the shit that I do, and you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. Right? And I'm just going to save this. Alright, bot's back up and running. Connected now. Great minds, Gimper. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody who's spent time here today. The reason I'm ending early is because I have to go do some stuff for my parents, and I also have to go to the pharmacy and pick up my prescriptions. Because I need insulin, and that shit's important. And they close at 6, and it is 4:38. So, why is the loss too close to the sun? You fly high and you fall hard, man. You fly high and you fall hard. But, massive thank you to everybody who tuned in today. You just joined. I'm sorry, Kronos. I will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. I'll probably later. So, VODs are up on the YouTube channel. If you're here specifically for DF, I am the only person streaming, so I can't recommend any streams, unfortunately. I don't even know what that is. Cyclone. But at the same time, thank you, Nat Kronos, for